All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome. If you are new, thank you guys so much for joining me today and for waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to cancel the stream because I requested 50 likes. We're only at 23. And, I don't need this. I don't need this. So I'm going to wrap it up. Had a lot to say today. It's a shame. It's a shame. Had quite a bit to say. So that's it. That concludes the stream. Take care, everybody. Michael, you're asking, why is there an orange cat? That's crazy. Is it, though? Is it? Well, we do have a lot to talk about today. We have quite a bit to discuss. Boss is just standing down there. Don't. Why? Why do you stand right next to the kill switch? It's like he knows. It's like he's looking at me and he's threatening me. Are you threatening me? He's looking at me and he's like, at any moment, I could hit the kill switch. And that's it. Stream's toast. But yeah, guys, welcome back to the stream. Thank you so much for joining me. MVP Moss says, AMBG, go birds. Indeed. Mildly balding gaming. I don't know. I think I'm beyond mildly balding, truthfully. I remember when I was mildly balding. They posted something about Fox Hunt. Yeah, I saw that. They announced that the Fox Hunt multiplayer mode that is coming out for Metal Gear Solid Delta is not going to be there at launch. It's releasing this fall, so maybe like September or October, which is fine. I'm okay with that. They probably just want people to play the game first, and it did seem like it was like there was a chance it wasn't going to be ready for launch. But yeah, guys, today we're talking about the meltdown. Another Sony executive opened their mouth and caused the meltdown. They always got to say the wrong things, you know? But we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Sony's recent earnings and how PlayStation, regardless of how anybody feels about the business or the brand, is thriving. Literally, I'm not just putting that word out there in some fanboyish way. I mean, they're literally thriving. And we'll evaluate that. We'll see what's going on there. Sony's about to put Bungie in their place. Tarnish, you think the meltdown is justified? I think to a degree. It depends on how far we take the term meltdown. I think some negative reactions, some concerned reactions, I think that's justified. And that's what I plan to talk about. I'm, to be honest, I'm not trying to talk to the group of people that lose their minds or, just use this as a way to turn it into some kind of, like, basically use this as a way to keep the console wars alive. I'm not trying to appeal to that. What I want to do today is genuinely try to evaluate, like, what Sony's actually trying to say, what they have been saying, where they're headed, what we can expect. All these things that, frankly, I think are important if you're, invested, I guess you could say, in the PlayStation brand. If you spend a lot of time and money on it, probably want to know what to expect. So we'll talk all about that. And yeah, one of the things we're learning is that Bungie is pretty much going to be fully integrated into becoming a PlayStation studio. Sony is going to completely take over, and that's going to be interesting to see the end result of that. But yeah, guys, before we dive into any discussions or conversations, I do want to take a moment to thank you for tuning into the stream and supporting the channel. I want to make sure to also thank those of you who can't catch the streams live. I know not everybody can. If you watch them later, I appreciate that viewership as well. We are totally fan funded here. So if you want to help support the channel, so I can continue to create this content and we can continue to grow the community, consider donating. There are a couple of ways you can do that. You can become a channel member. You gain access to exclusive content. We have some members content that we did this week. We'll have more coming up. Consider gifting memberships. If we hit 25 members, we'll feed the beast here. We hit 50, we'll do some reps at the end of the stream. Consider dropping a super chat or, a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can help support, and I appreciate it. Again, we don't do sponsorships, so you guys keep it running. Hanzo, what's up with the lighting? Does it look okay? I mean, I do have the curtain closed, but Astro, you're saying as a huge PlayStation fan, I worry that they're losing me. My eyes look swollen. I don't think it might be the shadow. Oh yeah, that shadow's real bad. Holy shit. It's making me look like I got like 2 black eyes or something. No, I swear I don't actually look like that. I didn't notice that. Yeah, we got some weird shadow going on here. Looks a bit orange. Going for the warm tone. All right. MBG, I recommend you watch Sony's Q&A. Their biggest concern is with the tariffs. With tariffs on semiconductors, the shareholders are concerned about the impact on Sony, specifically their future pricing. Irfan, I am on Sony's website, earnings releases, fiscal year 2025, presentation, speech, transcript, financial statements, supplemental information, webcast. Would I find it under the webcast? Is that where I could actually watch it? And we have Lux with the super chat. Thank you for that, Lux. He says PlayStation is doing amazing. Sony is not $25 is not a $25 share price. Yeah, I think you were referring to somebody who was like freaking out on me yesterday on Twitter or something. For some reason, like I don't know, like I'm an investor or whatever. Like, dude, I'm just chill, man. Like it's not that serious. People get really, really worked up. I don't know why. All right, so yeah, you could do it through the webcast. New Yote gameplay dropped. Damn, was it like a trailer they put out? Let's see. Oh yeah, I see it. Oh, they put out like a new 1.5 minute long trailer. Damn. All right, we might have to bring that up. Is it? I'm just trying to make sure it's not. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty sick. Hold on one sec. Why can't I find it? Oh, did they not upload it to YouTube yet? Well, that's weird. I guess I'll wait till they upload it to YouTube. Not a new trailer, new footage. Okay. I'm assuming they'll upload it to YouTube. You don't like this unpredictable Sony? MBG, the other day, Boss was trying to tell you his favorite band, Killswitch Engage. Killswitch Engage is a good band. All right. So, guys, make sure you hit that like button. All right. That's the only other thing I'm going to ask before we proceed here. If you enjoy the streams, if you want to help the stream, take a moment, hit that like button. We did surpass 50 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up to like 75, maybe 100. And we did do some Battlefield 6 beta gameplay yesterday. The turnout for that stream was pretty good. Certainly better than expected. Got some good support on it as well. So when you're done watching this stream, if you want to watch me play some Battlefield, we had some crazy Battlefield moments too, by the way. I somehow shot down a chopper with an RPG that doesn't lock on. It was manual aim. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, let's dive into this. So Did I see the picture you just sent? I don't believe so, Irfan. Any more Death Stranding 2 Platinum streams? We might. We might. I still have a ways to go. I'm in the process of 5-starring facilities now. I just beat another boss, the Tar Lake boss or whatever. But I still have quite a ways to go. Hoping for a good rant today. I don't know if there will be a rant. There may or may not be. I ranted a little bit in my video. There might be some ranting. There might be. Probably not going to go overboard, though. You didn't watch me play Battlefield. How did it run? It ran really good. I played it on the PS5 Pro in the enhanced mode. It ran well. It seems like it was basically 4K 60. Garrett says, I'm not Irfan. Wait, what's going on? All right. So let's start here. First things first. I already see people freaking out about this, and I don't know why people are freaking out. Sony surpasses the 80 million sold/shipped milestone. 80 million. Chartard with a $2 chat says Killswitch was better when Jones was with them. I do agree with that. Howard Jones is amazing. Incredible singer. Yeah, that's my favorite. That's my favorite version of Killswitch Engage. You listen to his new band, Light the Torch, I think is what it's called. They have like 2 albums. Nick says he's freaking out. Irfan Green. All right, so Sony did announce in their financial results that the PS5 has now reached 80.3 million console sales. They sold 2.5 million PS5 systems in Q1 of their fiscal year, which runs between April and June. This update means the PS5 is now closing in on the PS3's lifetime sales of roughly 87.4 million. On its current trajectory, the PS5 will top the PS3 by April 2026, the start of the next fiscal year. During the same 3-month period, Sony sold 65.9 million PS5 and PS4 games, of which 6.9 million were first-party titles. Overall, 83% of full game software sales on PS5 and PS4 were for digital versions. So I said in my video that 83% digital to physical ratio counted microtransactions. I think I was wrong because they do say here in quotes full game software. So if that's true, that's very concerning. Just 17% of the market went to physical copies, which is an even smaller market compared to last year. And PlayStation Network's monthly active user count remains steady at 123 million. I think they saw an increase there of about 7% or so. So, yeah, something else we're going to cover here is another report from Push Square. It says, in every conceivable measure, the PlayStation business is absolutely thriving. While there's been a huge amount of chatter about the trajectory of consoles in 2025, Sony's latest financial report paints a completely different picture. Over the last few years, one criticism that's been leveled at the PlayStation business is its razor-thin margins. But in the 3-month period, ending June 30th, the division generated an operating income of $1.4 billion. That's an increase of 127% year over year, and it's considerably more than the profit it's generated during the same period in 2020. In fact, every metric of its latest financial report is up compared to the same period in 2024. Hardware sales increased 4.1%. Software sales jumped by 23%. And it looks like monthly users even grew by 6% from 116 million to 123 million monthly active users. This is on top of them announcing that they've sold 80 million units. This is why when I look, it's not a matter of a victory lap because, this is Sony's success. This is Sony's money. But if you're at all interested in the overall health of the PlayStation business and, trying to understand what's going on here, right? We see what's going on with Microsoft. We see what's going on with Nintendo. We see what's going on in the PC space. How's Sony doing? Sony's killing it. Like, whether you love or hate them, whether you like the direction they're going in or you despise the direction they're going in, whether you like the games they produce, whether you don't like the games they produce, whether you are okay with live service, whether you're not okay with live service, the fact of the matter is their latest earnings reveal that they're not just doing good, they're doing really, really, really good. And the most important takeaway from this, in my opinion, is not to focus on not I wouldn't even say not even really to focus on the console sales. I mean, that is important, but not to focus on the money, not to focus on the profitability, but to the bigger takeaway here is that if there is a reason Sony is doing what they're doing, there is a reason why they make the announcements they make, why they say the things they say, why they're, if you go check the reaction stream we did, it's a member stream, but they do their 2025 fiscal year business meeting and you listen to everything they say. It's like, this is why. This is why. People who are giving suggestions to Sony, you should do this, or you should do that, or you should change this. It's like, I'm not saying those are bad ideas, but it's like, why would they listen to you, a random internet user who knows nothing about making, probably knows either nothing or very little about how to run a successful multi-billion-dollar business? Why would they do that? And it's weird because you see people reacting like, no, they should. They should just listen to what I'm saying. And it's like, bro, I could understand that. Like, I could understand that arrogant perspective if Sony was failing. If the PlayStation's earnings were like, this ain't looking too good. They're starting to sink or they're starting to go into the red or something like that. I could understand. It's like, yeah, maybe you do need to start listening to what people are saying. This is the polar opposite of that. And, it just, it once again, I mean, this has been the entire generation. There is a critical disconnect, an absolutely critical disconnect between the online internet discourse and the opinions of people on the internet and the actual reality of what is happening in the real world in real time. And I'm not saying that just because Sony is doing well, that means you should be on board with everything they're doing. I'm not saying that, and I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm saying. But what I am trying to say is that if you're somebody who, and let's face it, there are a lot of these people these days who wants to try to convince yourself or others in an over the top, possibly aggressive, usually toxic manner that actually Sony's in the dirt. Sony's going downhill. Sony doesn't know what they're doing. It's like, you kind of seem like an idiot. Like, truthfully, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like, you kind of seem like an idiot where it's like, here are the results, bro. I I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you can hate Sony. You can hate their games. You can hate the PS5. You can hate Concord. It's like, I hate Concord, right? Like, you can hate all this. It doesn't change the fact that if you sit here and say that what Sony is doing is either it's the wrong direction or it's bad for their business or bad for the PlayStation brand, you are objectively, factually wrong in this instance. Now, the problem with these conversations is a lot of people are talking in the future tense, right? Well, it's like, no, okay, they're doing fine now. Give it a couple more years. It's like, dude, people were telling me that 5 years ago. People were telling me that 4 years ago. People were telling me that 3 years ago. People have been telling me this entire generation, just wait, you're going to see. And it's like, I'm waiting and I'm seeing, and they're doing even better. Sony made more profit this last fiscal year than they did during the height of the pandemic, bro. Like, I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. Again, that's not me saying that you should like PlayStation. It's just me saying that this narrative that has been just ongoing for multiple years, it should be dead by now. It should be non-existent because it's been proven wrong 4 times a year every single year for the last 5 years. How much longer does it have to go on for? I don't know. It's strange behavior out here, man. I know that there are some people that want to see Sony fail and they want to see PlayStation start to go downhill. I get that. But it's like, at some point you just got to accept that this is how it's going, man. Like what they're doing is effective and it's working. You got to give the credit where it's due. Lux, you're saying, so with all the success, that means no more ports. No, opposite, actually, in my opinion. Now, granted, Sony didn't talk too much about this, from what I gather, in their earnings, which is weird because you would think with Sony announcing Helldivers 2 to Xbox so randomly, you would think that they would at least acknowledge the fact that we just announced a game for Xbox, but they didn't really touch on it. But my opinion on this specific, topic when it comes to more ports, I would say expect more. Because you have to keep in mind that the results we are seeing are coming after a myriad of, like, every game being ported to PC. It's coming after or during the same time that they're dropping a game like Lego Horizon on Switch and announcing Helldivers 2 going to Xbox. So it's like, if you look at Sony porting things and then you say, well, I think that's a bad idea and I think it's bad for the business or for the brand. And then the results come out and it's like, we're doing better than ever. The PlayStation brand is literally stronger than it's ever been and making the most money it's ever made. And that's why we're doing all this. Again, it's like, I understand the logic behind, if you get rid of exclusivity, if you port some of your games to other places, it's going to hurt your sales and it's going to hurt your bottom line. And it's like, well, no, it doesn't seem to be doing that. And people think that these are short-term gains. Perhaps they could be, but I'm not so sure because, again, this is something that we've been seeing over the course of 4 or 5, 6 years now, where it's not like, oh, 1 year Sony's up, the next they're down. Next year they're down, and then the next they're up. No, the only thing that's been down are their profit margins, and they've corrected that pretty quickly. So yeah, it's just interesting to me that, like, again, there's I understand that there's a group of people that just do not like the direction that Sony has went in. I don't want people to think they're supposed to cheer it on. You're not supposed to cheer it on. It's just, unfortunately, if you dislike the direction Sony's going in, this direction they're going in is working out very, very well for them. And that does have some huge ramifications. We didn't even get into the major quote that caused the meltdown. Once we get into that, that's going to be a very interesting conversation. We'll get to that very soon. We have, and Lux, you were saying when it comes to the ports, you mean to Xbox and Switch. No, I think Sony will continue to push the envelope. They're not stopping. Anybody who thinks that Sony's not going to put more games on Xbox or Switch is in denial. I'm just going to be honest. Now, I'm not going to sit here and jump to conclusions as to which games they're going to be. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you, expect Ghost of Tsushima, Last of Us, and Spider-Man on Xbox and Switch. I don't know. That seems a bit extreme. Sony has known to be a little bit more conservative in the fact that, like, one small step at a time until we're just there. And I assume they're going to do the same thing. Starting with Helldivers, maybe they will announce a single-player game. But yeah, they have a multi-platform team that they're building. And I know that people were saying, well, that's a job. Apparently that job, I don't know if this is true or not. I've seen people saying that job listing is something that was already established at Sony. This isn't anything new. It kind of makes sense because Sony being somewhat multi-platform isn't anything new. Like, listen, man, I'm seeing people out here telling me that LOL, Sony's multi-platform. These are the same people that told me 5 years ago when Sony announced Horizon Zero Dawn going to PC that they're multi-platform. It's like, so by that logic, Sony's been multi-platform this whole time. So what's the big hoopla? The big hoopla is people are melting down, losing their exclusives. And I'm like, well, when was Spider-Man announced for Xbox? It wasn't. Oh, it will be. Who said? Some guy on the internet. Let's just take it one day at a time. the best thing you can do is not assume to know what will happen. I've tried telling people this. Man. Or you know what? If you want to play it safe, just assume the worst. In this case, the worst is if you think Spider-Man's going to go to Xbox and you're afraid of that, you should just live every day assuming that Spider-Man is going to be announced for Xbox that day. Because I don't know what the hell's even going on, that it's that big of a deal for some people. It's like, I get it. It marks a significant change, but oh, you think I shouldn't be defending Sony? Well, I'm not defending Sony. Well, I guess it comes off that way. This isn't about defending a corporation as much as it's just about trying to get certain people to realize, or if not realize, but just like, please stop. Just please stop saying what you're saying, because you're objectively, factually wrong. That's all it is. It's not about defending Sony. Sony doesn't need my or anybody else's. So, dude, Sony's raking it the fuck in, dude. If anything, I'm like, damn. You know, maybe they should be chilling out a little bit. You know? You think it's 100% defending a corporation? But, well, all right, so let me clarify this. The only thing I'm defending, the only thing I'm getting defensive about is people have told me this entire generation that thing you like and that thing you enjoy is bad. That's what I'm pushing back against. To be clear, this isn't about Sony's bottom line. I don't give a shit. If Sony was in the red right now, I wouldn't give a shit, because it's like, figure it out. That's not my problem. Fuck around, find out, figure it out. What I'm pushing back against are people, this entire generation. Hey, man, Sony doesn't have enough games. They're not making enough games. Their games aren't good enough. And hey, man, that game, Death Stranding 2, you're so excited about, niche, nobody cares about it. You know, Returnal didn't sell well. Ratchet and Clank is, an overhyped game that's using the SSD. Too many sequels. And don't get me wrong, like, those criticisms are fine if you feel that way. But when people weaponize those, which they have been this entire generation, it's basically been, if you have been on board with what Sony's doing, you're A, part of the problem, and you're B, supporting something that's going to go downhill. And it's like, I haven't felt that way this entire time, except for some of the live service stuff. Certainly some of the live service stuff, that's been pretty bad. The live service shit is like, bro, I mean, we're going to talk about that. Sony admits that they're kind of fucking up. But I just find it interesting that this whole time, like year after year, this Sony game, that Sony game, this Sony decision, that Sony decision, this Sony announcement, that Sony announcement, it's all been, again, I mean, we're going to sit here and pretend that the headlines weren't all over the place, still aren't all over the place. We're going to sit here and pretend the video content creators and all that, it's not everywhere. It's been for multiple years, like half a decade practically. We've been told the same thing day in, day out. And it's like, man, I don't know. It's like when we see that Horizon sold 38 million. It's like, what? What? What do you mean it sold 38 million? The fucking internet's been telling me for the last 5 years that this franchise is done. That this franchise is garbage. That nobody wants this. How did it sell 38 million? I don't understand. It's like, the internet's wrong, dude. The internet's right sometimes. The internet's wrong sometimes. You get people who really despise Horizon for some reason, and they'll come out here and convince you that this shit is in the dumpster. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And then you see it. It's like 38 million, approaching 40 million. That's not to say, like, to be clear, all this stuff can go downhill at any moment. It could go downhill at any moment. And God knows I've been waiting. Dude, You guys know I have been spending this entire generation waiting for the other shoe to drop, constantly being gaslit day in and day out. You're just a blind fanboy that will defend everything Sony does. You don't actually enjoy it. You're grifting, blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right, man, well, I'm waiting. Where is it? Where is it? Maybe it's next year. Maybe next year. I'm telling you, man, waiting for Sony to fail is like the new Xbox's, like Xbox, wait till next E3. I'm telling you, that's what it's been this whole generation. And I have tried ad nauseum to explain to people. I've tried ad nauseum to explain to people that if you don't like what Sony's doing, the only thing you can do effectively, stop giving them your money. Stop giving them your money. That's it. That's all you can do. You could go scream on the internet like me if you want. You can go, make videos or type long whatever paragraphs letting people know the problem. That's fine. But what you need to do is stop giving them your money. And that's not what's happening. People are still supporting Sony. People are still supporting pretty much everything they're doing. And it's the same for people who cry about exclusivity. Like, dude, you're sitting here yelling at Sony saying you got to keep doing exclusives. And I get that. I totally get that. But it's like the only thing that matters, the only question that Sony's going to ask you is, are you still going to buy our products or not? And if your answer is yes, through the form of you end up buying their product, then nothing you say matters. We just saw this happen with the Switch 2. You know how many people cried about the Switch 2 and ended up buying one anyway? This is the reality, man. The reality is people want to cry, they want to bitch, they want to moan, they want to tell you how shit everything is, and then they go out and they buy the shit. And then the cycle repeats. They take the money that they earned by bitching and complaining and they spend it on the shit. That's just what it is. And then when we see the reports and it's like, they're fucking breaking records. Well, then what did we learn here today? What did we learn here today? We learned that it's easy to type a paragraph on Twitter. It's easy to just say something in a video and then do the opposite and nobody probably knows. Or say how much you hate a game online and then you end up buying it anyway and nobody knows. Because you're not meant to be held accountable. You're not going to be held accountable. You're just a consumer. You're a customer. You can do what you want. You can say one thing and do another. No harm, no foul. And believe me when I tell you, that's not everybody, but that's what people are doing left, right, up, down, and center. Doesn't mean it can't change. Doesn't mean it won't change. Some people believe that we're about to hit a threshold. Some people believe that we're about to hit a wall. Finally. We learned that the addressable market means they all break records in selective ways and don't explain the big picture. Well, we are going to get into that because it's not all sunshine and rainbows for Sony. I'll tell you, anybody who thinks that I'm out here defending Sony, you're probably going to change your tune soon. Because this isn't about defending Sony. This is basically about explaining how almost everybody commenting in the space is wrong. And sometimes even including me. That's basically what this conversation is about. I will not deny that I went into this generation believing that there was going to be a certain specific outcome, and it has not gone the way I predicted. I, during that time, was subjected to many other opinions from many other people saying that, no, this is how it's going to happen. And it seems like that didn't happen either. In fact, I would argue that the outcome we're looking at was one that's kind of unpredictable and also maybe a little bit underwhelming at the end of the day because there's not much spectacle to it. I think everybody, when they give their opinions, they give their assumptions, they talk about what's going to happen next, there's always some level of drama. And it's like, well, I don't know, man. There was more drama with the Xbox stuff, I would say. But anyway, I digress. We have Michael Lynch saying maybe Xbox fanboys should listen to what Sony is saying. Well, dude, I've been met with people saying Sony said 80 million shipped, not sold. There's actually only 65 million consoles sold, and it's like I don't what? Like you think Sony's just shipping tens of millions of consoles to um to retailers to just sit there in storage? Like that's not this is what I mean where it's like people don't know what they're talking about. And I don't know how we have gotten to this point. Maybe it's always been this way, but it's just worse now or something. Or like certain people are louder now. Like they have a megaphone. It's like, what are you talking about? If Sony shipped 80 million PlayStation 5 units, and let's say a million of them or 1.5 million of them are currently still at retailers, it's because they're going to sell in the coming weeks and probably over the next month and a half or so. Like, and yet that is true, Namizer, that you're right. They did. They even admitted that. They said that they stockpiled. And we're going to have a conversation about that because there is something looming in the distance, in my opinion, that's going to possibly, not guaranteed, but possibly kill the momentum of the PS5. Not kill it, but really damage it. And I'm going to talk about that. But yeah, man, I would agree with you, Michael, but they're not going to listen. They're never going to listen. Orange Crush Gaming, a member for 62 months, longtime member, says just bought PS5 Pro, fellas. Super hype right now, waiting for Mafia: The Old Country to download. Yeah, you'll have to let us know how the game is. It seems like it's another Mafia game based on the reviews. But I would like to get around to playing that at some point. Yeah, I said I wasn't going to rant. Capono says he said he was hoping for a good rant. I said I wasn't going to rant. Literally started ranting within 5 minutes. So thank you for that, Orange Crush Gaming. Titus, you're saying, dude, you're not even a Sony shareholder. You are not Sony or even a shareholder. I read that wrong. No, I get that, man, but it's just because it's like, look, frankly, I've just gotten tired of people pointing and yelling loudly that this thing Sony's doing is bad and will fail. And then it doesn't. And then everybody just pretending like we should just pretend that that's not what people were saying. Now, maybe it's just, maybe I am being gaslit a little bit. Like maybe it's because I'm subjected to that more than the average person because of what I cover here and what I see in the comments that people leave. But it's just hard for me not to push back a little bit where it's like, it's like, for example, like when we see something like Astrobot win Game of the Year and be widely celebrated that, wow, Sony really cooked with this game. And I'm met with so many toxic assholes that are like, game's a failure, game's a kid's game, can't even sell 1.5 million, getting outsold by Forza, all this bullshit in the name of trying to convince people that Astrobot is an example of what Sony's doing wrong and why they're struggling and they're going to continue to struggle. And it's like, dude, I've just reached a point where it's like, it's all there for you. And again, it's like, no, that's not what I'm trying to say, MBG. Astrobot is not responsible for that success that Sony's finding. Right? Astrobot's not it's the Fortnite. And the Call of Duty's like, we already acknowledged that. But Sony really likes Astrobot, and to them it's a big deal, and they're going to continue to support it. So it's almost like the equivalent of these people that I encounter. It's like, you do realize that most of what Xbox does on their own platform is not fully responsible for all of the new success that they have found, right? you do realize that actually the biggest success that they found recently was dropping games like the Elder Scrolls Oblivion remaster and Forza on PS5, among other platforms. You see what I'm saying? Where it's like, so what does that mean? Does that mean that if I sit there and I say, so clearly Xbox is dead? No, no, it's not. It's not Xbox is dead. It's that Xbox is not really the Xbox console and its player base is not really the main driving force of the overall success of Microsoft anymore or their gaming division. And that's okay because they're turning to that player base and they're saying, it doesn't matter. This shit's still important to us. We're still going to support it and get behind it and be enthusiastic about it. It's not it's really not a difficult concept to grasp. And yet people are out here talking so brazenly and so loudly with such authority, failing to understand these basic, I mean, truly fundamental concepts of like, dude, it's not hard to understand. Can you guys not fight? Okay. Boss and Luna are eyeing each other down like they're about to battle. All right, where am I at here? We have DAPA unit with a super chat. He says Sony's decision is geopolitical. There's an upcoming war between US and China by 2027, resulting in a chip shortage. They won't be able to produce hardware. A straight up war, bro? Or we're predicting a flat out war now? Well, I mean, it's never out of the equation. It should never be fully left out of the equation. It's always a possibility. But I don't know that Sony's necessarily making decisions based on a looming war in the next couple of years. I think it does have, if we're talking about a tariff war, that is currently in effect. The tariffs forced Apple to pivot away from Sony sensors. Someone asked about it during a Q&A, and Sony responded, we don't ship sensors to US. Yeah, so the war that's actually happening right now that is having a profound impact on everything is the tariff war. And it's now going to have, I don't know if you guys saw, and this is the big thing looming in the distance that I think could severely hurt. Like, this could be the number one driving factor why Sony is like, you know what? We can't be hardware-centric anymore. It's the fact that it was just announced that semiconductors, at least when it comes to the US, are now going to be tariffed 100%. And if you're wondering, yes, every PS5 is absolutely impacted by that significantly. Now, you know, Sony did say that they I think they said they moved their manufacturing out of China, but that's not necessarily going to, I think it'll help, but that's not going to mitigate that 100% semiconductor tariff, because tariffing everything that has a semiconductor, pretty much that's everything, electronically speaking. Everything has a semiconductor. So it doesn't matter where it's coming from. It doesn't matter who's producing it. If it has a semiconductor and it's coming into the US, unless you're making the semiconductors in the US, unless Sony's willing to make a semiconductor factory or some shit, in the US, which they're not gonna do that. Yeah, it's about to get real. And that's not fear mongering. That's just the fact of the matter. And what that's going to mean for those who don't know, the PS5 price is going to increase. Sony understands this. At this point, everybody should understand this. Not because, again, this isn't a matter of like, well, Microsoft increased their prices, so Sony should too. No, this is literally like now something that is inside of the PS5 is about to become 100% more expensive in Sony's most important market, the US. The price is going up. I do not believe, there's a chance I could be wrong, but I do not believe Sony's going to eat that cost. And I think them coming out here saying we're moving away from being hardware-centric, we're focused on MAUs, we're focused on community engagement, this is all part of that. Because they understand that if you increase the price of the PS5, even by $50, that's going to severely hurt the momentum that the PS5 has. GTA 6 could, could skew that and could like even that out. But GTA 6, let's face it, that's not something that Sony can bank on perpetually, for the foreseeable future. They could bank on it next year. They could probably bank on it for 2027, but Sony has to think mid to long term. Are they really going to bank on GTA 6 selling PS6s in the year 2029? I don't think so. You'd be extremely foolish to do that. If there's, yeah, well, Irfan, there is the possibility that there could be another deal. We do know that the whole situation with the tariffs and who's getting tariffed, what's getting tariffed, percentages, that's been changing on a constant basis. But oh, thank you, Manny. I appreciate that. No, I'm not on that. It could change again, but I just think we are at a point where it's like, okay, well, Sony stockpiled PS5s for 3 months. That's all they could do for now. And then as soon as they said they had about 3 months supply, that 3 months is up. And then as it all, as that stockpile runs out, it's announced semiconductors 100% tariff. I don't see how Sony can avoid a price increase. I just don't see it, man. I mean, they're not, like, let's face it, Sony, I think, and we're going to go over this next quote, I think Sony just made it clear that they're not subsidizing the cost of their console anymore. They're not willing to do that. And what that may mean for the next generation, not the PS5. The PS5 is already saturated to a degree. 80 million, successful generation, will probably still go on to hit 100 million unless, I don't know, unless they do a crazy price increase and GTA really can't mitigate that. I think that what it's going to mean for the next generation for the PlayStation 6 is that, yeah, we're not going to, they might have no choice but to accept this cannot be a mass market machine. It's not possible unless we eat hundreds of dollars per unit shipped. And come on, let's be real. Sony's not going to do that. They can't do that. This isn't the PS3 era, like Sony was willing to do that for the PS3. And you know what that resulted in? They lost billions. They lost billions. The PS3 generation was not profitable. They're not going to do that. So they can and they should. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, if we're living in a non-capitalistic world, we're an end-stage capitalist, America right now. Like, Sony could put out a PlayStation 6 generation saying it's on us. We will eat billions of dollars and be in the negative. Like, we will lose money on the PlayStation 6. And it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt our stock. It's going to hurt our the investors are going to spaz. It's going to, it's going to cause panic. Like, they're not going to do that. They had to do it for the PS3 because they needed to stop the bleeding. They're not bleeding, and they're not going to willingly bleed for the PlayStation console. And that's really what they're saying. And it's understandable while the hardcore PlayStation console enthusiasts is going to be like, well, why not? What do you mean you're not prioritizing the console? What do you mean? Like, this is what has got you to this point of success. And that is true. But we do have to understand, if we're talking about video games, that at the end of the day, it's a giant business, man. It's a business sector. These corporations are not going. It's like the whole thing I talk about with Microsoft and Game Pass, where it's like, dude, they're not trying to lose money. I see people talk all the time about how, like, oh, they give me my money back, and even if I cancel the Game Pass, they give me my money back. And it's like, yeah, they'll eat a little bit here and there, but in the bigger picture, believe me when I tell you, Microsoft's not looking to lose money on the Xbox brand. No more than Sony's looking to lose money on the PlayStation brand. No more than Nintendo's looking to lose money. They're not. You're not going to see any of these manufacturers run their business at a deficit anymore. Double check that, because TSMC is not included in the tariff war. They make the PS5 chips. Are you sure about that, Benino? I will hold on. I will double check this. Let's see. Is TSMC being tariffed? According to recent statements, TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, will likely be exempt from a proposed one. See, this shit is changing on a daily basis, bro, because this is not what I read when it was first announced. But I guess maybe they clarified. It will likely be exempt from a proposed 100% US tariff on imported semiconductors. The exemption is due to TSMC's significant investments in US manufacturing facilities, particularly those in Arizona. While President Trump recently announced a potential 100% tariff on imported chips, the accompanying condition to exempt companies building or committed to build in the U.S. appears to shield TSMC. This demonstrates a strategic balance between promoting domestic manufacturing and recognizing the critical role of foreign companies like TSMC. Okay, well, you know what, Venino, thank you for informing me of that, because when I read this the other day, everything I was reading seemed to indicate that it was going to be just across the board unless you are actually manufacturing in the US. That does make sense though. So, okay, let's flip it around then. If that's the case, if TSMC, who does manufacture the semiconductors that are in the PS5, if they are not tariffed, then Sony may actually be good. So, well, there we go. Quite the twist there. Flip-flop president. Well, I mean, this shit's changed. It's why I haven't covered it in a long time. They just built their new facility in Arizona. It's actually their facility because it says, let me see. Oh, they did. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that. TSMC has built a fabrication plant in Phoenix, Arizona. When did they do this? So back in March of this year, TSMC they say they intend to expand its investment to the United States. Oh, dude, they were on that fucking quick. Okay, well, there we go. In that case, the PS5 might actually be safe. I didn't know this. Well, hold on. Now Laz is throwing something in saying AMD buy their silicon from TSMC. So Taiwan said its leading chip manufacturer, TSMC, is exempt from the chip tariffs because it has set up a plant in the US. Damn, dude. Okay. Wow. I had no idea about that. Okay, well, in that case, then, I guess if Sony did move the manufacturing of their PS5s outside of China, and where they're getting their semiconductors from is exempt from the 100% tariff, Sony may be safe. The PS5 might be safe after all. That's quite the surprise to me. I'm over here being like, nah, bro, they're going to be raising that price. Meanwhile, Sony still ends up increasing the price. I mean, I would believe it. I'd believe it. Yaron, I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting with the super chats. Yaron says, I'm here for the Sony Cope Xbox went through. It's now the pony's turn. Seems like whenever something bad happens to Microsoft, it later happens to Sony. Microsoft is the canary in the coal mine, bro. I mean, that's fair. I know, to be honest, I'm not sure. I do see Cope out there. I do see it. But I think it's starting to dissipate. I do. I think it's becoming less Cope and just more flat out anger and frustration with some players. But this is where, like, I get it's like, oh, well, you were defending Sony earlier. I'm not trying to maybe it comes off the way. I'm not trying to defend Sony. I'm just simply here to tell people that Sony's doing fine. PlayStation's doing fine. And I'm actually, like, not really at odds necessarily with what they're doing. In some cases I am, but generally speaking, my whole thing with Sony is, like, keep making good consoles or great consoles, because that's how I like to play. I like to play on console. Keep doing that. Keep making great single player games that appeal to me. Still doing that. And this is a big one. This is one of the things I care about more than anything. More than exclusivity. As crazy as it sounds, keep making physical games. Make sure you support physical games with the PlayStation 6 and as for hopefully many years to come. Those are the three things. Those are the three pillars that if Sony hopefully doesn't just do the bare minimum, but if they do those things and they do them well, although when it comes to the physical game thing, truthfully, if they said we're not doing that, there's nothing I could do. Like, where else am I going to go? I'm Switch. What the fuck am I going to do? You know what I mean? It's one big thing I'm really going to push for them to do. But yeah, man, it's like if they do those three things, I'm not saying there couldn't be some potential issues with other things they do. There certainly could, but that's what matters to me. You know? That's what matters to me. We're getting drafted. Where are we dropping? Whoa, wait, what's going on? We have a super chat from Lux. Come on, boss. Can always come to Xbox. Bro, I mean, honestly, dude, there's never been less reason for me to even remotely consider Xbox. No joke. Like, that's not console war stuff. I'm just saying, like, anything that Xbox is doing that I'm interested in, they're making available on where I prefer to play on the PlayStation. You know what I mean? So it's like, to be honest, like, if I were to ever buy another Xbox console, it would just be for the sake of having it. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with buying things just for the sake of having it. I do that all the time for like physical games and whatnot. So, in the future that could happen, but yeah, I don't know, man. We have Lux with another super chat, and he says Sony potentially porting IPs to other platforms is simply down to PlayStation players not buying them to the level Sony expects. Average around 1 in 5 PlayStation players. That's hard to determine, Lux. I mean, I would say it's partially true. We know the budgets are increasing, so therefore the sales need to be higher. Are the sales increasing at the same rate that we're seeing the budgets increase? Probably not. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes in once again in the name of Boss.
I'm no hero.
He drops another 5
Never
memberships
was.
for you guys. He kicks off.
Never
He
will
hopefully
be.
end up becoming a member train at some point. He says it's for me, boy. Got Mr. Krabs in the chat. Thank you, Corey. You know I appreciate that, man. Unknown wants a membership gift. Unknown says, give me one, YouTube. Give me one. Yeah, I think there is some truth to what you're saying, Lux, but I don't think it's that simple. Like, I don't think that's the only reason. And I say this because if that was the only reason, Sony would have made this transition a long time ago. You get what I'm saying? I think they would have made it probably during the PS4 era. Or even the beginning of the PS4 era. And Lady Gamer comes in and decides to drop a single membership gift, reminding everybody that you can always drop a single gift. You can always drop a single member gift, and it helps. Lady Gamer, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
But, we're going to have to see about this one, Lux. The reason I say this is just because I feel like if Sony is putting Helldivers on Xbox, Sony is probably going to put Helldivers everywhere. It's on PC, it's on Xbox. Other live service games will go everywhere. I think there's a possibility, although people are going to say this is cope. It's genuinely not cope. It's a real possibility, I would say, that they might just look at it as, look, man, if we can put our live service games everywhere, and those live service games make enough money being everywhere to allow us to continue to use our games temporarily, timed exclusivity, to push hardware, they might do that. I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying they might. That's literally what they're doing right now. They could continue that. And like the PlayStation 6 is the biggest question here. Like, if Sony goes full multi-platform, what does that mean for the PS6? Well, I could tell you at least one thing it means. It means that one of the biggest selling points you had for all 5 of your consoles, you just threw away. They may not care. They may say, "Yeah, we know. We're not trying to use that to sell hardware anymore." That would be quite a shocker. But I would have to ask the question, like, why not just continue with the timed? At the very least, like, and the reason I say this is because you're selling a lot of hardware. You're not in the dumpster selling 20 million units after 4 or 5 years. You're approaching 100 million. The timed exclusivity strategy seems to be warranted. But maybe they're just looking at the PlayStation 6, maybe they're looking at how much it's going to be, and maybe they're just kind of determining that, you know what? I don't know if we can do this. I don't know that we could justify this. Let's see. I need to close a couple of these tabs. We have Scuba Tank filled with farts, member for 15 months, says, I work in international shipping, and I can tell you everything is a total mess now, mainly because Trump keeps flip-flopping tariffs on a daily basis. Yeah, it seems like it's the kind of flip-flopping that's really making things chaotic, where every time we're like, okay, I guess this is how it's going to be. It's like, wait, hold on. And it's like, oh, all right, I guess not. And it's like, wait, no, actually. Yeah, that's kind of why I stopped really paying attention to it, because it really does just seem like, I mean, at the beginning of this year, I was having people tell me, like, this is what's going to happen and expect this. And this is what's happening next, just for like none of it to happen. And I'm like, okay, well, fuck, man. Like, what's the point of even paying attention to it? We have DAPA unit with another super chat, and he says, there is going to be a military conflict between China and US. We have been moving military assets to do a blockade on China. You won't see it. MSM. Yo, who is this guy? Who is this guy? I mean, that's very concerning. I mean, that would be World War III. Straight up. Lux with another super chat says, we've seen how much Sony makes of third party. Majority. Well, Lux, we're going to transition into the next major topic. Okay. Which is this quote. This quote has caused a meltdown. And look, man, I'm going to read there's a reason I'm going to read the entire quote. I have a slight disagreement with some people. I have a slight disagreement. Well, let me see if I can find it. So, where I first came across this, and I think where most people first came across this, was from Genki Japan. Genki Japan put this tweet out that is now sitting over 1 million views. Sony's senior vice president says they are gradually shifting their gaming business from a hardware-centric business model to a community and engagement-based platform business model. Quote, in the gaming business, we are moving away from a hardware-centric business model more to a platform business that expands the community and increases engagement, end quote. Now, a lot of people freaked out just on that quote alone, but the defense, and this is the big thing, the defense is that quote is supposedly out of context. Now, it is a fact that this quote is literally out of context. That is a fact. It is a smaller quote. It is an excerpt of a larger quote that was taken. And the reason I'm pointing this out is because when you look at the full quote, it doesn't really, like, people are making it sound like if you read the full quote, then suddenly everything that everybody's assuming isn't true. And I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that. I do think that reading the full quote helps, and it makes you realize that it wasn't necessarily something like Sony's not trying to like announce anything. One of the things I said in my video today, is that people are acting like this is new. People are acting like this is new. This is not new. It's hard for me not to acknowledge it, not to talk about it, because these are the headlines. This is the hoopla. This is the drama. This is what everybody is freaking out about. But in reality, if you've been paying any attention, which I assume anybody who's here listening to the stream right now, you probably have tuned into many other streams. If you've been paying any attention to what Sony's leadership has been saying for the last year and a half, which is a long time, a year and a half, you know that this is nothing new. But the big thing that people are focused on, understandably, hey, yo, what are you doing? What are you doing? Biting my headset? Bro. Guys, soon we're going to need a new headset fund. Boss is getting so upset that he didn't get his treats. He's trying to bite the headset again. They're not treats. That is plastic. You will get sick. You cannot eat that. You cannot consume that. Oh my God. He's like, I want that pulse. I moved him. Yeah. I don't know why. I put them there, and I'm like, it's probably a bad idea putting them there. He's probably going to start chewing them again. And Corey the Legend Landiga. He must feel bad. He's like, bro, I can't have my boy Boss out here trying to eat a plastic headset. He comes in and he drops 20 membership gifts on you guys. Boom.
Holy
Corey doing a big flex, Boss. Oh my God, look at him. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. He's about to fall off. Don't fall. No, go back. I'm going to give you your treats. It's time. And Hellbound 1981. Another legend. He drops another 5 memberships for you guys. Love to see it. Thank you guys so much. Just like that, between Corey dropping 20 and Hellbound dropping 5, we're now at 31 members on the day. So we're less than 20 members away from hitting the larger goal here. Thank you guys so much for that. I really appreciate it. I can only do what I do here because you make it possible. We're totally fan-funded. You guys know this. But I always just want to make sure that you know how thankful I am. Good stuff. Good stuff. All because Boss was trying to eat my headset. And Lux, you're saying with the super chat, damn hardware. Let me read. I read that wrong. You're saying damn hardware from PlayStation to Play Software. That's pretty good. From PlayStation to Play Software. Oh man, where's my station? Where's my station? Sony took away the station from my Play. I'm gonna have to take this down, bro. I'm gonna have to take this down. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna replace this with a poster of just the PlayStation Store. The bag, like the PlayStation Store bag. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's a 24 by 36 inch poster framed PlayStation Store bag. All right. Damn, Lux. But yeah, this is the big thing that people are freaking out about. Look, man, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This isn't going to be a cope session. This isn't going to be a fanboy, therapy session. I'm sorry, Gaming Survivor. Well, this is going to be a PlayStation therapy session. All right. This is just going to be, I'm just going to try to break it down as candidly and as honestly as I can, because I think the problem that I'm seeing is that too many people are existing in extreme ends. And I'm not going to go on a rant about that because I've talked about it too many times. Yo, Corey's saying Noodle Arms MBG needs some motivation. Let's get him that 50 members to grow our NBA. Noodle Arms? Bro just called me Noodle Arms. I don't think I've ever been called Noodle Arms in my life. All right. Yeah. Yeah, come on, guys. Let's do it. I got to grow my noodle arms. It's all right. No, I know, Corey. Dude, I know. It's all good. You know, in all seriousness, though, like, my biceps, I know it's a little off topic, but because I definitely have a lot to say, but I noticed I don't know if you guys have this or experience this. My biceps grow the fastest, but also I lose it the fastest with my biceps. Other muscle groups, I can kind of like go some period of time without like working them out and they'll kind of like maintain their size, you know? But with my biceps, it's like the more I do, the quicker they grow, the less I do. It'll just deplete fast. So I don't know what's up with that. It didn't used to be like that. When I was in my early 20s, my biceps were like always big. No, I mean, not bragging. I'm just saying, like, I didn't have to really go crazy to maintain the size of my biceps. Now it's like, I don't know. They just ain't responding the same way. Now I got to brag about it. See what you did, Corey? That's funny. Planet Schlorpian says, MBG, I've been feeling like shit lately and may have low testosterone. How would I go about improving that medically? Well, all right. So it's pretty simple. It's dangerous, but it's simple. You gotta go out into the wilderness. All right. You go out into the wilderness. You can take a few supplies, minimal supplies, and then you gotta survive, bro. You gotta go out there. You gotta start hunting for your food. You gotta get back into the, you gotta go back in time basically, and your test will. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. You actually have a high chance of dying if you do that. And if you survive, you might just have severe PTSD. So definitely don't do that. Ramen arms. He's like, no, seriously. I mean, in all seriousness, if you suspect your testosterone's low, you would probably have to get blood work done. You'd have to talk to your doctor, request blood work to check your testosterone or just your hormone levels. And if it is low, they'll tell you. And then from that point forward, you would be able to get a prescription for TRT or, testosterone replacement therapy. I haven't gotten my test levels checked. I'd be interested to know. It'd be interesting if I found, I wonder if my test levels would be low too. I don't know. I have been feeling kind of sluggish, but that could just be because my diet's trash. But yeah, in order to go on TRT, like legally, like with a prescription, you have to get your blood work. People, a lot of people who, just want to make really great gains in the gym go on TRT illegally. That would be considered juicing, but I wouldn't recommend. I would definitely. If you really do think your testosterone is low, you can get it checked and they'll help you out. But speaking of testosterone, what was I talking about? No, we got to get back on track. We'll talk more workout stuff a little bit later. Luna wants treats next. I got an estrogen spike, bro. I probably do a little bit. Anyway, I know Corey's going savage. He's going savage on me, man. We're talking about how Xbox was winning the console war. Oh yeah. So, yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything for people here. I'm also not going to go off the deep end. There is a major disconnect that I think I'm seeing with this quote. So let me just start. I'm going to read you the full quote. I have to do this because this full quote for a lot of people is what's making it so that, it's not what people think. This is from Sony's senior vice president And he was asked a question uh, from a newspaper, a Japanese newspaper. He was asked about the company's recent investment in Bandai Namco and its aggressive focus on IP expansion. Here's exactly what he had to say. It's going to sound a little weird because it's translated. He says, "Thank you very much for the question. So, the investment in Bandai, and of course, we have been shifting to creation. So, for example, the entertainment business basically accounts for 60% of our consolidated revenue. Basically, our business portfolio is shifting more to the creation. And then, as for the electronics business and TV compared to output devices, we're now shifting to creation devices that include digital camera. So, as a result, we are seeing more stability in profitability and in revenue. And also, the productivity and our performance is increasing. And against such a backdrop, and for example, in the music business, music streaming and EMI, music publishing, has been acquired. And then we increased the music catalog. And as I mentioned in this speech, gaming business and moving away from the hardware centric business to a more community based engagement business. And then that has been increasing. So now as we make more transitions to entertainment creation, the stability and the productivity, our performance is increasing. So thus, upward revision might not have been a direct result of these. However, the music publishing and also acquisition of the music catalog and also the acquisition of, oh my God, Crunchyroll, these are all areas where we are seeing growth. As a portfolio, we have been expanding our business and also improving our profitability. So holy shit, that was a lot. Um, I mean, the article says it was like word salad. It basically was. But I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think. Yeah, it was wrong. The Japanese translation was wrong. They said they're shutting down the PlayStation hardware immediately. Um, I don't think the full quote here really changes much. I really don't, because in he only mentions gaming one time, and that's when he says in the gaming business it means moving away from a hardware centric business to more of the community based engagement business, and that has been increasing. I understand that it people are going to hear we're moving away from being hardware centric, and they're going to panic. They're going to panic. I understand that, but the reality is this is something that I think Sony's kind of been basically telling us for a few years now. Even back when Jim Ryan was announcing these live service games, saying, "Hey, we're going for 12 or 13 live service games." I don't know, man. I feel like there were people questioning at that time, like, what does this mean? And Jim Ryan's out here just straight up being like, well, we need a lot of our revenue to come from places outside of not only our hardware, but our games as well, like our single player games. We need something that's going to give us more revenue that doesn't rely on those two factors, because those two factors, and this is the thing that people don't understand. Console hardware peaked. It peaked. It peaked with the PS2 and probably the Switch 1. Those two consoles represent console hardware peaking. And I know it seems like, well, what? So you're telling me you can't go past 160 million? No. Seemingly, the answer to that seemingly is no, you cannot. Not as long as there's PC out there, not as long as there's mobile gaming out there, not as long as there's all these different ways to access video games. No. Even the Switch 1 seemingly is going to struggle now to get to 160 million. They just increased the price of the Switch 1. Come here, Luna. I think the problem here, though, is that people read this and they literally read this as two things. They read it as Sony's not making hardware anymore, Sony's abandoning exclusivity. And I'm not here to tell you when it comes to the exclusivity that they're not abandoning it, because I don't know. I can tell you one thing for certain, though, and that is if you think Sony is abandoning hardware, or that they're still not going to rely heavily on the money they make from hardware, you are fundamentally misunderstanding what's going on right now. And that's okay, because not everybody is going to be able to fully understand what's going on if you're not paying close enough attention to it. That's fine. My problem, again, is with people who have seemingly so much to say but understand so little. Sony says we're moving away from being hardware centric. Does that mean the PlayStation 6 will not be a priority? No. But what it does mean is that the PlayStation 6 will not be the center of everything they do, and it will not be the center of all the money they make. That's what it means. Sony is going to absolutely prioritize the PlayStation 6, just like they are currently prioritizing the PlayStation 5. And do you know why? Do you know why this is? They're going to do that because that is where their money comes from. That is how they've made their money. Now, somebody might say, well, MBG, hold on. Most of their money's made from third parties. Most of their money's made from live service third parties on the PlayStation platform, which as of right now is tethered to the console. Correct. Could Sony untether the platform from the console, thus making the console just basically doing what Microsoft did, just another way into the platform? Yes, and that is what they're going to do. That is what they're going to do. Not maybe this year, probably not next year, but mid to long term, that's what they will do. That's what they will do, and it's not going to be shocking when they do it, because they're here letting us know now this is where they're headed. But here's the question that needs to be asked. What does that mean for the PlayStation console hardware? What does that mean? Because again, what did I just say? All of Sony's money that they have made, record-breaking revenue. This is why I was saying earlier they are thriving financially, and their business is thriving. Record-breaking revenue, great profits, all tethered to a piece of hardware. That's how it's been for 5 generations. Why would they abandon that? Why would they walk away from that? Why would they say this? Why would they do this? Why would they say, you know what, we're going to be more platform focused, less hardware focused? It should be obvious. And again, maybe to some people it's not. It's because, dude, Sony understands that the PS5 is not going to outdo the PS2. The PS6 is not going to outdo the PS2. The best Sony can hope for with the PlayStation 6, and this is the most important part that people need to understand. If you are one of these people that is seeing headlines on this quote, you're reading this quote, you're jumping to conclusions, you're seeing the over-the-top reactions, this is the most important thing that people need to understand. The best Sony can hope for with the PlayStation 6 is that it does as well as the PS4 and PS5. That it paces on a similar trajectory. That's the best Sony can hope for, because believe me, the PS6 is not going to outdo. It's certainly not going to outdo the PS2 in terms of unit sales. It's probably going to struggle to keep up with the PS4 and PS5. And this is not necessarily Sony's fault. This is not the fault of anybody who supported console gaming. This is just the reality of, it's been 2 decades with multiple iterations of console hardware, not just from Sony, but from every other major player, and nothing has surpassed the PS2. The market has peaked. And the greatest misconception that people have with the idea of what Sony's saying here, where they're moving away from being hardware centric, is they believe that means Sony's not going to care about the PlayStation 6, that Sony's not going to try with the PlayStation 6, that Sony's not going to try to sell tens of millions, possibly another 100 million PlayStation units. And that's where that's the fatal flaw. That is the fatal flaw that people unfortunately they're kind of giving in, or if not giving in, they're just kind of jumping to this conclusion that that's what this means, that Sony's throwing it away and they're done. It's like, dude, again, I don't think people understand that there are 80 million PS5s out there and there are like 117 million PS4s. Those two things, if they went away overnight, would collapse PlayStation's business. The hardware will be a major priority for Sony. They're not telling you it's not going to be a priority. They're not telling you it's not going to be important. They're not telling you it doesn't matter. They're telling you, if you really want to read between the lines, what that Sony executive and what every Sony executive has been saying for the past couple of years is there is no significant growth left to be had in the console market. And to be fair, it's not just Sony executives that have been saying that. A lot of people have been saying that, and it's true. It's true because, well, let's just face it. Well, I don't want to speak in absolutes. Is there a chance? Is there a possibility? Of course, there's always a possibility. But realistically, if we're in the realm of like reality and looking at what's actually going on, it should be obvious by this point that, like, dude, the most growth that Sony could get, you're probably talking, so like if the PS4 hit 117 million units sold, and then the PS5, let's just say the PS5 ends up hitting 120. I mean, that would be that'd be incredible. Let's just say the PS5 hits 120 million sold. The most Sony could hope for, if they gave it everything, and keep in mind, this is the biggest push. The most Sony could hope to do is somehow break past the PS2 and sell beyond 160 million. My question is, how are you going to do that in the year 2027 and 2028? How are you going to do that over the GTA? I don't think GTA. No, see, that's the thing, Irfan. See, that's the thing right there. You say GTA 6, people are buying PS5s for GTA 6, not PS6s. So, okay, well, maybe the PS5 can do it. Maybe the PS5 can be the one to break past the PS2. Maybe that can do it. But even if they did, think about this for a moment. Even if Sony somehow, with the help of GTA 6, managed to break past the PS2 with the PS5, how far do you think they're going to go? You think they're going to settle at 190 million units sold? 180? Realistically, again, that's just not going to happen. Realistically, if they were to go past 160, you're not making it to 200. Like, that's pretty much a guarantee. You're not making it to 200. No matter what you do, no matter you go all in with exclusives, you go, you have GTA 6, you do everything in your power, you're not going to go past 200 million. I just think there's ample evidence surrounding us to prove that. The only thing I could say, and this is the only thing, if Sony were to do something dramatic, like we're going to drop the price of the PS5 down to $250 and we're going to sell GTA 6 bundles. If they did that, they might be able to, but let me ask you, what does that look like financially for Sony? That looks like loss. That's going to translate to loss. And we already talked earlier about how Sony's not going to do that. They're not willing to subsidize anymore. It's just the fact of the matter that Sony is hungry for growth. And the biggest criticism you could levy towards Sony as a fan, in my opinion, is I wish they weren't so hungry for growth and that they were just okay with what they had and willing to grow slow or just plateau. I'm okay with that, but I'm looking at it from the mind and the perspective of a consumer and a customer. The moment you switch gears to the mindset of an investor or the mindset of a business executive that is beholden to those investors, you lost money and you lost your job. That's the reality. Now, another criticism you could levy towards Sony if you're a real diehard PlayStation enthusiast is how could Sony have this little faith in the console hardware, in the hardware sector? How could they have this little faith? And to that, I actually kind of agree. I do think that Sony is maybe, it would be cool to see them give it one last hurrah of like, we're still going all in. But the major risk there, and the reason why they're not willing to take that risk, is because if you do that and it doesn't pay off, you will be left with loss. And if you're left with loss because you put all your eggs in that basket, and everybody else outside of Nintendo, everybody else was like, dude, we've been expanding and going all over the place, and we're seeing new highs. Sony is at risk of them catching up. Not only them catching up, but them starting to fall financially. And yeah, there's the whole aspect of a younger generation. You ask a 9-year-old kid right now, you ask them, would you buy a console if this game was exclusive? They'll probably ask you, what are you even saying? What are you talking about? What are exclusives? They might think they'll probably think of Nintendo, if anything. They'll be like, well, I'll buy a Nintendo. There goes Nintendo getting a pass again. Well, the thing is, Nintendo, we do have to keep in mind revenue-wise, maybe not profitability-wise, but revenue-wise. And this is the significant part of Sony increasing their profits, by the way. People have pointed out, well, hey, Nintendo might not be a revenue leader, but they're making good profits. And I agree. Yeah, that's true. They're making good profits. But what happens when Sony, who is the revenue leader by like $11 billion, also increases their profits by 127%? What did I tell you guys? I told you Sony wants the best of all worlds, and they're in the process of achieving that. And hell, Microsoft has contributed to that. Microsoft is helping them. So if you're in Sony's position, you're like, well, we're making the most revenue by a landslide. We increased our profits. We corrected that. What's the problem? Fuck, how much more can we do? That's what I wish people would kind of realize, is that like, dude, Sony, it's not that they don't give a shit. They do. They do give a shit. They want people to buy PlayStations. They want you in their ecosystem. But what they are willing to do at this point is turn to a PlayStation consumer, a PlayStation customer, and ask you the question. Now, granted, they're not directly asking this, but again, read between the lines. They're going to ask you the question like, we see you like your exclusives. You like your exclusives there, buddy. Yeah. So we're gonna take that Helldivers. We're gonna put it over here on Xbox. How you feel about that? You gonna leave? You gonna go to PC? You're gonna go to Xbox? That's how Totoki talks, yeah. And it's like, that's the thing, man. They're willing to lose loyal customers for potential customers. That's a good way to, I mean, I would say that is one way to put it. But you want to know what Sony's banking on? Sony's banking on they're not going to erode and collapse that 80 to 120 million install base that they have. That's what they're banking on. And that's what people need to understand. They will prioritize. We need to make a console. We need to push that console. We need to make single-player games. We need to push those single-player games. We need those single-player games to win awards. They will prioritize this because they understand that's what's tethered to the 80 to 120 million. Have your Call of Duties, have your third parties, have your live services, have your GTAs. All those are check, 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 check. We got to make sure we still have the hardware. We got to make sure we still have the single-player games, because that's what the 80 to 120 million expect on top of the third party. This is why, notice how they're not telling you, we're going to stop making consoles. We're not going to care anymore about upcoming hardware. We're going to just purely focus on cutting costs. Notice how Sony's out here with the PS5 Pro and not Microsoft, not Nintendo, Sony. They still care about this stuff. It's just they want more. They want more. They want new customers, and they are willing to turn to that diehard PlayStation fan. And I see a lot of them. And they're willing to say, you know what? I'm betting you won't leave if I put Helldivers on Xbox. And let me ask you, how many people just left PlayStation in the last 3 weeks? How many people just said, fuck it, fuck my library, fuck this console, fuck PS Plus, screw it, I'm out? How many people did that? And let me ask you, they come out and they say, all right, well, we put Helldivers on Xbox, and we put Spider-Man 2 on PC, and we still sold 80 million units. Broccoli Rob 69 says me. Sony's going to say, you know what? Here's Spider-Man 2. Go ahead, Xbox. Enjoy. Full price. We'll do what Microsoft's doing. Full price. How many people are going to leave PlayStation? I'm micro crashing out. I'm micro crashing out. I'm crashing out. Lux, I'm sorry I missed your super chats, buddy. You're saying here third-party games are everywhere. People chose PlayStation for it. Do you believe the rumored 6-month PC port timeframe? Dude, I don't believe that because I think Sony's going to go day and date with PC. I mean, they could do 6 months at first. They did a year with Spider-Man 2. They could do 6 months with Ghost of Yotei. And then by the time Wolverine comes out, day and date. I'm saying this because, bro, I just sat here and watched Death Stranding 2 come out. And it sold okay. It sold like 1 million, maybe 1.5 at this point. Dude, I'm going to be honest. I'm in the process of platinuming this game right now on my PS5 Pro with my DualSense Edge. I don't give a shit if that game, like that. I said it prior to its launch, put it on PC. And even if it did launch on Xbox, I'm not going to go buy an Xbox to play fucking Death Stranding 2. Not doing it. Just like I'm not going to go to PC. I'm just kind of bringing it down to I'm just trying to be real about it, man. And that, like, exclusivity is cool to celebrate when it's a thing. When it goes away and you're forced to ask, well, what am I actually doing here? It turns out I'm fucking here because I like playing on PlayStation and I like the games and the experience. Turns out. Crazy. I know. I'm just saying, like, look, I know I'm seemingly jumping into the deep end. I know I'm jumping to conclusions. I don't think Sony's just doing all this shit at one time. I don't think they are. If they were, I think that they would have announced Spider-Man going to Xbox alongside Helldivers. I think you'd be seeing Sony doing what Microsoft is doing, where like every month they have a new batch of games coming to Xbox. Maybe that will happen. They still seem to be somewhat conservative. Michael says I play on PlayStation because MBG is my idol and he chooses PlayStation. Well, damn, Michael, I'm flattered. We have Ray using his milestone chat. And Ray, hold on. I got to move this back a little bit. Ray says, if I can find it, if Xbox is doing so well, why aren't they more transparent? They hide everything because if they put it out there, it would show that they aren't what they seem. Well, Microsoft's been doing that for a long time because Microsoft, from basically a decade ago, they're banking on the long-term play. And Microsoft is taking the approach of, if you want to make an omelet, you got to crack some eggs. And in this case, that translates to you're going to have some losses. If not losses, you're going to have areas of your business that maybe on paper, financially, don't seem to make much sense or don't add up. But it's all in the name of the bigger picture, the long-term bigger picture, which is, don't worry. In the next 10 to 15, maybe 20 years, if that's what it takes, it's all going to make sense. And it's a Netflix situation. It's the same thing that Netflix did, where it's like, just trust us, trust us. You don't want to see our numbers right now, but trust us. Just stay patient, keep your investments. We know what we're doing. And down the line, like it doesn't matter if it takes 5 years, doesn't matter if it takes 20 years. At some point, you're going to make more money than you know what to do with. We're going to be number one. Is that going to work out for Microsoft in the way that they hope? Well, the biggest egg they had to break was buying Activision and Bethesda, which I don't think is what they plan to do. I think what Microsoft plan to do is we make Game Pass, we put our games on Game Pass, and there we go. That's how we get the omelet. I think they realized that, oh, shit, we're going to need a lot more, and it's going to cost a lot more. It's going to take a lot more time. And it turns out that Game Pass might not even be part of it. It turns out that we might just, like, our omelet, so to speak, might just be us being a publisher. That's what it might be. And I think that's where we are. I think that's what they see, and it's working. You can't, what was sacrificed in the process? Seemingly the traditional console model, which sucks to see. I don't think anybody wanted to see that, but that is what it is. Is Microsoft hiding some things? Maybe. Are they framing things differently to make it sound better than it is? Probably. It's the same, like, listen, it's the same reason, if we're being fair here, why Sony's not showing PlayStation Plus numbers. Because the truth is, PlayStation Plus is not showing growth. They're showing some percentage of growth, but like, it would definitely be an area of concern that all of the investors would fixate on if they actually showed, like, here's how many subscribers we had last year, here's how many we have now. Well, that's the thing, right, Irfan? Is it's like it's making a ton of money, and we have new tiers that are helping make that money, and we're converting more PlayStation Plus users to these higher tiers. In terms of volume, though, make no mistake, I think Sony lost PlayStation Plus subs. I think if they peaked during COVID at like 48 million, I don't think they're at 48 million. They're still number one. Which is interesting, and it speaks volumes about the actual subscription market in gaming. They're still number one by quite a margin, but they're not. It seems that PlayStation Plus has peaked for now anyway, and that's why they're not willing to show the numbers anymore. Sony, I know people would find this hard to believe, but Sony would do that eventually with PlayStation consoles if something similar happened. And there's no, like, listen, man, I've talked about this ad nauseum. Like, Ray, I think what you're speaking to the crazed Xbox fan that doesn't want to believe that Xbox failed. Xbox failed. Like, just wholeheartedly failed. They didn't die, but they failed. And you had a fucking podcast where Phil Spencer told you that. He said we lost the most important generation there was to lose, and that's over at that point. He told you that. And you have, I think, just some crazed Xbox fans, just like you have crazed PlayStation fans, where they're just in extreme denial. They can't see things for what they really are. Where it's like, or they just, they just pretend that the thing that they were cheering on prior doesn't matter anymore. And I get that, because that's kind of what I'm doing too, right? Where it's like, all right, well, shit changes. But the reality from the business perspective is that Microsoft, if they revealed all of their numbers in extreme detail to investors would be calling for Phil Spencer's head. They would be very upset, because it's clear that it's like, this isn't where it needs to be, and it's not where it should be. And considering the investment that we made, you spent $68 billion, this should be way beyond what it is. And that's where Microsoft tries to keep investors calm by not showing. It's like, don't show them how the sausage is made. You get what I'm saying? Like, give us the money to make the sausage. We're not going to show you how it's made. You're not going to want to see it. Just give us the money. Let us do our thing. 15 years later, you're going to trust us. It's all going to work out. And Microsoft has the advantage, by the way. Microsoft has the advantage of, we're one of the most valuable companies in the world. We're good for it. You get what I'm saying? Where it's like, we're good for it. Like, look at how far we've come. Sony's good for it on a certain level too, but And I'm getting a little bit sidetracked here. Um, getting back to the PlayStation stuff. People need to just look, man. I'm bringing this up right now because nobody else will. You will see clips out there, clips galore of shit that I've said, people trying to frame me as a crazed fanboy, which I guess sometimes I am. People trying to paint me in a bad light and doing things in bad faith. That's all around. Here's a tweet that I put out on May 14th. Pay attention to that date. May 14th. Okay? This was at Sony's last earnings, and I put out a tweet and I said Sony's CEO and CFO, although I don't think he's a CFO anymore, Sony's CEO, Hiroki Totoki, announced what I think is a significant change to the PlayStation business. They said their focus with the previous leadership was in, quote, sell-in units or unit sales. Their new focus is, quote, on MAUs or monthly active users. Expect to see PlayStation get even more aggressive with branching out. This is what I said on May 14th. And what did they do? They did exactly what I said. They branched out aggressively by saying a couple months later, we're bringing Helldivers to Xbox. And I just think that, now granted, I'm not trying to say that was me saying Helldivers would come to Xbox, but it falls back down to what I've been trying to tell people, which is you cannot assume to know what Sony is going to do announcement-wise and which direction they're going to go in, because they can say one thing and people will interpret it as they want. And then when something happens, suddenly everyone's like, gasp, who could have seen that coming? Like, I mean, I don't know anybody who actually listened to what Sony said. Because like, think about this. If Sony's CEO said back in May of this year, our previous leadership was focused on sales, we're focused on monthly active users. If they say that, and then they come out here and then they say, yeah, we're shifting away from a hardware-centric to being more community engaged. Like literally they're saying the same things with different terminology, with different wording. And they've been saying this for a year and a half. I don't know what people are holding on to anymore. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, man. If you're somebody who's like, I'm holding on to the fact that Ghost of Yotei isn't releasing on anything else, it's like, that's fine. But surely that can, like, if that is the only reason you are playing on PlayStation, you better hold on tight, because I'm pretty sure those days are numbered. And I think that a lot of people just can't really deal with that. And I think the most difficult thing for a portion of the PlayStation fan base to deal with is going to be that. It's going to be the reality that Sony's going to turn to you and say, yeah, you know what? The fact that I'm going to be honest, Sony's not going to turn to you and say anything. Who am I kidding? They're not going to say anything. This is an Xbox. Like, they're not going to have a podcast. They're not going to fucking sit here and be like, well, it's just, we're like, no, dude, they're just going to be like, this is what we're doing. And if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. And I know that to a lot of people, that's just like, well, fuck you, Sony. You're not getting any more of my money. And it's like, again, I encourage that if you truly feel that way. I do. If you believe that, if you don't believe in what this company's doing and you're upset with it and you don't like it and you feel like it goes against everything that brought you here, you should save your money. You should not give them any more of your money. That's the loudest and best message you could send them. But just do not be surprised if at the end of the day, like I always say, it doesn't matter. Don't be like, it's why I tell people, don't be surprised if after all the negativity you've heard about the PlayStation 6, everybody over here crying about the PlayStation 6, don't be surprised when it gets off to a hot start and does incredibly well. Don't be surprised, because there should be no reason to be surprised, because who thinks that that's not going to happen? Who out here thinks, like, I asked this question today, and it's such a funny question to ask because it's all coming together now, right? I asked a question on Twitter. I'm like, if the PlayStation 6 doesn't ship with any true exclusives, right? If it doesn't ship with any true exclusives, are you still going to buy it? And you know what the funniest thing is? I'm just reading through. I'm getting like hundreds of replies, and I'm reading through them. I don't know if it's hundreds, but a lot of replies. And I know for a fact that half the people saying no, you may as well change it to a yes. Come on, come on. Don't bullshit yourself. Don't bullshit me. Don't bullshit yourself. Don't even try to bullshit Sony. We all know. We all know. And you know what the funniest thing is? You see people are like, well, I'm going to go to PC. And it's like, bro, Sony just told their investors. Sony just told their investors in the last earnings call that Helldivers 2, the bulk of our sales were on PC. Or not their last investors call. Sorry. It was the business meeting. They were bragging about Helldivers, and they were like, most of our sales were on PC. They're bragging about their PC sales, dude. I don't think they're going to be upset if you say, I'm going to go to PC to play your games, you son of a bitch. I'm just saying, I'm putting it out there. I'm putting the reality out there, and you got to take it for what it is. I'm not saying you're not allowed to be upset. I'm not saying you're not allowed to, be okay with it. I'm just saying it is what it is, and everybody's going to feel how they want to feel. And Piper, I'm sorry, buddy. I missed your super chat. You're saying, again, we talk about Xbox failing, but yet they're closing in on 4 trillion, shaking my head. Well, I'm not, no, to be clear, Piper, I wasn't saying Xbox is failing. I was saying they did fail. They had to completely upend their strategy and completely, for fuck's sake, they're talking about having another storefront on their own console. That's the antithesis of what they were trying to do for the last 20 years. It doesn't mean, again, you're right. They're a $4 trillion company. Who am I to question? I'm just saying that with their original strategy, they failed, man. So those raviolis, man. Baldi's Basics 2, PS6 exclusive. Garrett, you said PS6 will have exclusives. It still could. And that's why I try to tell people, like, at this point in time, you should, if Sony comes out and says, here's our lineup of PS6 exclusives, you should let that be like a, whoa, yo, I didn't expect that. That's what it should be at this point in time. It shouldn't be a, you better have exclusives or else. Because I'm telling you, if that's the side you're leaning on, you got to pay closer attention to what's going on around you. That's all. I just, I think the best attitude to go into both the next PlayStation and the next Xbox, the best attitude to have is be excited about the platform, be excited about the games, and be excited about the hardware. I know that that's different from every other generation. I understand that. I know that that's like, whoa, wait, hold on, man. What are you talking about? Like, when the PlayStation 6 event happens and I see Horizon 3 and I see, Bloodborne or whatever, or Spider-Man 3, like, it's got to be PlayStation exclusives. You kidding me? I'm like, maybe just focus on how good the games look and how exciting the hardware looks. How good the hardware is going to be for what you're paying for. Focus on those things, because if you listen to what Sony's telling you right now, I'm just saying, what better safe than sorry, right? Like if you're going to be that person where it's like, I'm banking on exclusivity and then it goes a different way, what are you going to do then? I don't know. I mean, I know I'm talking, I'm being a little bit extreme, but I just think that, no, I'm not saying consume, don't question. That's not what I'm saying. Oh, you should question, but I'm saying you have to, like, the question should be, What is this hardware capable of? How custom is the PlayStation 6? Is the performance to price ratio worth it? Like, let's face it, dude. You know the number one question that every consumer is going to ask? The number one question every consumer is going to ask is, do I need to upgrade? And let me ask you, what do you think Sony's answer to that's going to be? I think, you know what I think Sony's answer to that is going to be? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Check out how fucking amazing the PS6 is, bitch. You know you want it. Go ahead, lie to yourself. Lie to yourself. Tell yourself you don't want that PS6. Lie to yourself. I'm telling you, Sony's going to have crazed marketing. They're going to be out of their minds. Be like, we don't need exclusives. We're going to create FOMO our own way. If you're on PS5, you're a fucking loser. That's what Sony's going to do. Sony's going to make you feel like a loser if you stay on PS5. Exclusives, who needs them? Just make your customers feel like shit. That'll convince them. I mean, people do underestimate marketing. I do think that. I think people have this idea that Sony's going to like, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's always risk. Sony could screw up the marketing of the PS6, but it's like, dude, they've been doing this for a long time, and I think Sony's going to follow the same path that they followed with the PS4 and the PS5, and they're going to hope that the PS6 will do just as well. And I don't think exclusivity is going to be, I don't think it'll be completely gone, because that would be quite the transition in a very short period of time. That would be a full-blown Microsoft transition right there. But I think Sony's going to try really hard to sell people on all the things I mentioned, where it's like, we don't really want the focus to be on whether or not the game is a PS6 only title or not. We want the focus to be on how fucking incredible this game looks and how insane it looks running on a PS6. That's what we want the focus to be on. Because let's face it, when we look back, like, let's not kid ourselves. You look back at 2020 and 2021, they showed that first Horizon trailer. I just had like a speech impediment there or something. You see that first Horizon trailer, and people were losing their minds. They're like, this is the greatest looking video game I've ever seen. Now, what if Sony told you in that moment that game's going to run on PS4? They'd kill the hype. They'd kill it. People would be like, what are you showing me? What are you showing me? You know, like, what is this? PS4. But the reality is, looking back on it, it was a PS4 game. And you saw, and I remember that there was this awkward quiet. Like, I think it was like a couple weeks later, or maybe it was that same week, we learned it was PS4, and everybody kind of looked around like, does that mean we should be less excited? I was, dude, I stepped on the rake, bro. I was the one out here being like, fuck cross-gen. Microsoft's making a mistake with cross-gen. And Sony's like, how do we tell them? And then I find out it's cross-gen, and I'm like, oh, well, it still looks good. Still looks good, though. You know? Like, I think that's the reality. I think the reality is, you will see at the PlayStation 6 event, the From Software logo come up, the Blue Point Games logo come up, and you're going to hear the Bloodborne music, and you're going to hear the scream, the Bloodborne beast scream or whatever, and they're going to show you this incredible fucking trailer saying running on PS6, and people are going to be gooning all over the place over Bloodborne, you know? And it's not going to matter even a little bit that it's also coming to PS5. It's not going to matter. They're going to show, let me think, what studio might show? I mean, shit, man. Maybe it could be Santa Monica. Maybe they'll show the next God of War. They'll show the next God of War. And I don't know, I'm just going to assume it's going to be Kratos. You know? And they're going to say running on PS6. And the lighting's going to be like, what am I even looking at? my eyeballs. What's going on? It's going to look crazy. It's going to look awesome. You're cursing Loki. I don't know. I was going to say boy, but that doesn't make sense. I was going to say man, but that also doesn't make sense. But, you'll hit Kratos. And they'll show like an older, fully grown, like fully matured Loki. And he'll look hopefully cool. And no one's going to care. No one's going to care that it's going to be available on PS5 and PS5 Pro. And I just think that's what we're looking at. Now, would they do day one on PC? Maybe, but that's, I think, where Sony might need to be careful. They might need to be a little bit. Well, I don't know. Let me ask you guys this question. I'm just gonna ask honestly. We roll into 2027. We got a PlayStation 6 event in June 2027. Big PS6 next gen event, Future Gaming Part 2. Finally, they show everything I just mentioned: the Bloodborne, the next God of War, next Gran Turismo, maybe Horizon 3. We'll throw in a new IP because all this just sounds like sequels and whatnot. A new IP that looks crazy good from, I don't know, Naughty Dog or something. You can just throw whatever studio up you want, right? I'm just saying it's a fucking crazy ass event. At the end of every trailer, it says PS6, PS5, PC. How we feeling? Are we flipping the table saying fuck this event and fuck you, Sony? These games look I'm not supporting this. I'm going to side with Sony on this one, and I'm going to hedge a bet. No one's doing that. I'm going to be honest. I think anybody who wants to do that will be unable to successfully do it because even they're going to be like, you know what, though? You know what? Can't admit those games. I got to play those games. And I think, I don't know, man, maybe I'm delusional, but I'm almost sitting here thinking like, if Microsoft can do everything they just did and everybody's high-fiving, now granted, the Xbox console, and I know it's going to upset some Xbox players. I'm not trying to be rude. It's like, but it died. Xbox is not dead. That console's dead, dude. Like it didn't even sell 30 million. It's done. But if everybody can still high five, I'd be like, this is great. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, like, because I don't know, man. I'm just trying to figure out who loses. Maybe the like extreme hardcore fanboys that, I mean, are truly so diehard that it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I think, you think these takes get me trolled? Do they? You think so? I mean, I think I'm asking the same questions they would be asking. The ones who were supposedly doing the trolling, where it's like, who loses? And no, again, their response will probably be the PlayStation fanboy, just like the Xbox fanboys lost. But bro, you know what I saw? Do you know what I saw with all of the Xbox fanboys? I saw the biggest meltdowns. I saw people crying, flushing their Series X down the toilet. I saw some crazy shit. And you know what I see now? I see the most hardcore Xbox fanboys still circle jerking it the same way they've always been. Like nothing ever happened. Meanwhile, everybody else is like, yeah, I guess I'll try that Forza now. That's what I see. So there's no denying that the Xbox console tanked. Nothing's changed. I see Xbox players more emboldened now. They're even more hype. I don't know how. Like, to me, it's a little weird, but they're even more hyped. They're like, you know what? Yeah, screw console sales. Even though, even though that's always been a critical part of the success of a console. Screw that. Give me a $1,200 console with Steam, and I'm good to go. I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like, dude, if that can be done successfully, then if Sony's going to come out here and be like, here's a PlayStation 6 made by Mark Cerny and a native PlayStation handheld made by Mark Cerny. Here's new single player games, both sequels and IPs, and maybe a couple of remakes and remasters thrown in there for good measure, optimized for this hardware, also releasing on PC. And technically releasing on the next Xbox through the vector of Steam, if not up front, a year, 2 years later. Here's the entire PlayStation 6 accessory lineup. Backwards compatibility. Your entire library moves over with you if you upgrade to the PS6. There it is. I'm telling you, this is where it's headed. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. What does that mean? If I'm wrong, what does that mean? It means it turns out Sony still wants to do exclusivity. Oh, okay. Well, okay. But if I'm right, then, it just means that I was reading the tea leaves correctly. It means that, when Sony is out here saying we're shifting to MAUs, when Sony's out here saying, we're more focused on a community and an engagement, and 40% of our revenue is coming from our own live service games now, our first party revenue, that is. I'm struggling to see the bad, because when I look around, dude, I'm going to be honest, like when I take the biggest step back and I think, what is, like, seeing all the reactions on Twitter, because Lux, I think you were the one who just said it a little bit ago. Do you not see the PlayStation fans' meltdown last night? I've seen it go both ways. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Actually, it's seeing that stuff that makes me realize, like, I'm starting to question, like, I'm starting to question some of the so-called, like, PlayStation fans. Just like we questioned you got to give some Xbox fans a little bit of credit in that there were some Xbox fans, and I'm not saying they're public facing. They're probably just, they might be unknowns, but there are Xbox fans who were like, I don't give a shit. Are you making another console or not? Like, am I going to be able to play another Xbox and have my games? And Microsoft's like, yeah, we're going to do that. Okay. All right, I'm good. Those people exist. And I realize that. Now, I'm not saying that's a lot of people. I'm not saying that's like 40 or 50 million people. That may be like 10 million people or less if this console is going to be super expensive. But the point is, you realize, like, man, those people are there for, like, the most pure reason, which is they just want to fucking play their console and play the games on it. Well, I mean, they might have to have an adjustment period. If this next console is more PC centric than we realize, that might be a bit of an adjustment. But I just feel like, I'm telling you, I think Sony's just betting on the fact that my prediction is that Sony is going to bet on basically ripping the Band-Aid off and assuming they're not going to lose that many people. And there are people who are like, they're going to fuck around and find out. And I'm like, well, it's a possibility. Like I say, anything's possible. But come on, bro. Like, realistically, if Sony has let's say there's 120 million prospective PlayStation 6 buyers based on how well all the previous PlayStation consoles have done. And Sony says, we're just going to sell the next gen on what the PlayStation 6 hardware family lineup of hardware, what that is, and the games that our studios are making. And we're going to market it. We're going to make it seem like a great investment and a great place to buy and play. But the only on PlayStation thing is done. Like, effectively. If they do that, the question is how many millions of players from that perspective, 120 million buyers, how many do you lose to PC? Who's going to go to Xbox? Who's going to go to Nintendo? I'm not saying Sony won't lose anybody. I'm just saying that I think that number is really small. I do. I think like it's easy when you see somebody like, I'm going to give you this example. If I go to that post from Genki Japan, if I can find it. If I go to this post from Genki Japan, right, the one where, the quote from the executive, we're moving away from hardware-centric business model to a platform business. Well, the top comment is somebody saying, sounds like Microsoft in 2018. That's true. You know what's funny, though? People were posting a Game Informer article from the year 2017 where apparently Sony went on record saying that MAUs were the most important thing to them, monthly active users. Nintendo right now, I won. And see, that's the thing, man, is like, this is where people who post this stuff, they don't understand. Like, what does winning mean? Because if we're talking from a purely business perspective, Nintendo didn't win. Nintendo's in third place, and they're fine being in third place. They're not upset about it, which could be a win. I see that as a win. But it's like, what did they win? Oh, wait. You can't win anything when you're not in competition because there is no competition. It's like, I get it. People are going to be like, well, Nintendo's the only one. Nintendo's the only one what? Not putting their games in other places? Sure. And they'll probably remain the only one because let's face it, man, it's going to take a lot for Nintendo to ever do what Sony or Microsoft are doing. But the outcome, and people need to keep this in mind, the outcome at the end of the day, I'm talking revenue-wise, Khalifis, when we're talking about Nintendo, just to be clear. The outcome at the end of the day is probably going to be Nintendo as the outlier. Best-selling games, best-selling console, highest exclusive attach rates. Tarnish, are you talking about Nintendo? The quality will go with multi-platform releases. I would be a little worried about that. That would be my biggest outside of physical games going away, which hopefully that won't happen. My biggest concern would be, okay, Sony, if you're going to go multi-platform, well, but see, that's the thing. They're building a team, dude. That helps relax my fears a little bit. Like, Sony doesn't have Sucker Punch making a PC version of Ghost of Yotei. Nixxes is probably going to be up doing it for them. Just like this multi-platform team, if they decide we want to fucking put Ghost of Yotei on Switch too, they're going to have the multi-platform team that they built worry about that. Sucker Punch isn't wasting time on that. That at least gives me some kind of assurance that Sony does seem to understand that if you put more of a workload, a multi-platform workload on your devs, it's gonna be more work. It's gonna take more time. It's gonna take more manpower. It's gonna take more money, and deadlines may be missed because we got to optimize for this other. We got to optimize for PC now or this other hardware or whatever. So that's the one upside to this job listing that I think a lot of people may not actually be focused on. Well, I'm not saying it would be. I don't know that Ghost of Yotei would run great on the Switch 2. I don't know. MBG, you're arguing that nothing will change with Sony's new multi-platform moves when there will be many changes. Well, let me ask you, Tarnished, what would the biggest change be? The biggest, most important. because I do agree there would be many changes, but most of those changes I think would come in the form of people's reactions. Like, for example, the after reading everything I read yesterday, kind of like what Lux was pointing out, the meltdowns, like I would have thought, holy shit, Sony's fucking cooked. It's over, dude. And then I just realized, like, what the fuck am I talking about? Like, literally nothing is like, dude, go play Death Stranding 2 and keep working on your platinum, and Ghost of Yote's up next. What the fuck are you talking about? You know? Like, that's what's funny about it, is that it's like the biggest changes feel like they come in the form of, well, what's the conversation going to be like? And that's where I realized, like, you know what? I'm becoming less interested in what the conversation looks like, because the conversation, more than half the time, the discourse looks like straight fucking dumpster juice, bro. That's what it looks like 90% of the time. Where it's like, what are we talking about here? And I think people are starting to kind of wake up. I do. I think more and more people are kind of waking up to, you know what? Maybe there's other things, maybe there's more important things to focus on. That's a legitimate concern. Tarnished, I would say that's probably the most legitimate concern. Um, if this is the direction Sony goes in alongside Microsoft, and Nintendo's the only outlier, competition will exist, but that will transform. And that transformation could harbor some negatives that we were not anticipating, some negative outcomes, could harbor some positive outcomes. I mean, like, dude, it's like I believe there will be competition in games, but like, this is the problem. Not problem, but this is sometimes the outcome of competition. Is in competition there are winners and there are losers. And if that competition goes on long enough and the same side keeps losing more and more and more, you know how the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. And I don't know if you guys just saw, but like, we kind of found out that Forza Horizon is now the only Forza game coming from Microsoft. Forza Motorsport is no longer a thing. And one of the reasons why Microsoft probably decided this is because they realize Gran Turismo wins. We're going to be on PlayStation. We don't need to create a Gran Turismo competitor. We need to create a Gran Turismo alternative. To whereas prior, you did get a team with Forza Motorsport trying to make a Gran Turismo competitor to say, we have our marquee sim racing title for our console, and it's better than theirs. And GT7 smoked Forza Motorsport, the last one. It just smoked them. And apparently it's like, you killed them. I mean, this is like the equivalent of like, you're not talking. I mean, this is like the equivalent of two rival boxers getting into the ring and one of them just isn't walking out. There is not going to be another fight after this one. You know, and that's a real thing. And as you can see, you know, Microsoft is like, well, we got another good racing game over here. And you know, to be fair, there's logic there. Why if we're shipping games on PS5, why would we ship a a Gran Turismo competitor that clearly is not going to compete when we have another racing game here that actually is doing incredibly well? You know, it logically speaking, it makes sense. But the argument is that if Microsoft didn't go multi-platform, they would need Forza Motorsport. They would need that GT7 competitor. So, yeah, I don't know. I do think when you see this type of consolidation and homogenization, I do think part of the potential negative outcome is you will have less options. And I know that sounds antithetical, where it's like, what do you mean less options? I should have more options than ever before. It's like, well, in a way, like, yes, if you're getting stuff that was exclusive to a platform that you weren't supposed to get, you are getting more. But like I'm saying, there is another cost associated to a degree. But that's not a blanket, you know, problem. It might be isolated to certain areas, but it is a potential outcome. There'll be no Forza without GT, no Killzone without Halo, no Uncharted without Gears of War. Well, uh, mm, mm, I mean, yeah, at that point, the argument I would say is you have to hope. It's not even an argument, but you would have to hope that console, not console. I was going to say like console developers, but just developers in general. You would have to hope that there will still be robust competition between development teams. That's the big hope, and I think you'll see that. Where it's like, does Uncharted need to be exclusive to generate a a possible competitor? It would make it more likely for a competitor to arise from Microsoft, to arise from Nintendo, or something like that. However, if Uncharted in and of itself was multi-platform and just did incredibly well, there might be another publisher out there that says we need to make our own Uncharted. We need a piece of that pie. Maybe we can make a better Uncharted, but I don't know. This is the problem, man, where it's like, I would argue the reason you don't see Halo or Killzone anymore is because you got Call of Duty and Battlefield. Now, granted, back in the day, you would say, well, no, hold on. We got Call of Duty, Battlefield, Killzone, Halo, and a bunch of other random ass first person shooters that nobody asked for. But that was before the age of live service. So, in other words, when a Battlefield game was developed and made, you were fighting for sales, not player engagement. Same thing with Call of Duty. Same thing with Halo. It was okay if you only played the game for a month and then walked away and then bought the next one. They did have some DLC, of course, and they tried to incentivize you to keep coming back a little bit here and there. But those days are over. And this is the reality, maybe the ugly reality for some people, of the live service era staring us right in the face, where it's like, dude, like I just played the Battlefield beta, and it's the best Battlefield I played in years. Like, it's back, dude. Battlefield is back. It's not probably going to make any significant dent in Call of Duty this year. Truthfully, like, you guys are making the joke that most people are probably going to buy Battlefield in October, play it for a month, and then probably go back to Call of Duty. Most people who play Call of Duty anyway. And yeah. And I say that knowing, dude, this game kicks ass. But you see, that's the thing, is like, there's a chance that Battlefield can carve out this area for itself. And the only way it carves it out, we need Battle Pass, we need cosmetics, we got to be launching new fucking content every 4 days for this motherfucker. Because that's the only chance we have. That's the only chance we have. We have to have 5 studios making one game. You remember when Sony said we don't have the resources to make a Call of Duty competitor? They weren't kidding. They would have to take 5 of their studios and say, you got to make a first-person shooter, and it's going to be a live service. You remember when Naughty Dog said, yeah, we're going to cancel this Last of Us multiplayer because, I mean, I don't know how they didn't see this, but it's like, we can't support this shit. We're going to need our whole team to do this. It's the reality. It's the market reality that, like, Microsoft tried with Halo Infinite to make it a live service, and it failed. It's just straight up failed. And you want to know why Sony doesn't probably make a Killzone? Because they looked at it and they're like, holy shit, dude. If Battlefield is struggling, or like Battlefield's even it's looking like Battlefield, even that is going to struggle to make a reasonable dent into Call of Duty's market share in the live service shooter, FPS genre. What the fuck chance do we have with Killzone, dude? And I hate to say it, but that's the reality. That is the reality. And I know that people don't like it. I know that people are against it, but there's not much we can do about it. It's cemented. These live service games, Sony's still chasing after them. And notice how they're not making a Killzone. They're not making a SOCOM. They're trying to go in areas where it's like, all right, what genre of game can we make that we might be able to penetrate that market? Concord, people were like, oh, another hero shooter. I don't even think it's that it was another hero shooter. It's just that This hero shooter fucking sucks. Because you see something like Marvel Rivals come out and just kick ass. And that came out in a, I want to say an oversaturated market, but a market that it needed something fresh. You could argue that that could be what Battlefield is. We need something fresh, but the reality with Battlefield is it's not fresh. Battlefield is the opposite of fresh. It's going back to what it needs to be. If anything, it's more nostalgic than anything. It's like we're bringing back what people wanted from us in the first place. Call of Duty's not doing anything fresh. Splitgate did something fresh, and then for some reason they were like, what if we just stopped and then tried to do something completely different that nobody asked for and then just ruin our momentum? Like, Splitgate was supposed to be the next Halo, and they just ruined it. Halo Infinite, frankly, didn't do anything fresh. It was trying to, again, emulate the greatness that was the original Halos and the multiplayer, and it brought back the enthusiasts, but it failed to appeal to, you know, people who are already playing Call of Duty, already playing Fortnite, already playing Rainbow Six and shit like that. You know, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is other than it seems like live service games with or without exclusivity, with or without consoles, with or without platforms, live service games in and of themselves are diminishing competition because it really is just a matter of we're going to see 10 live service fucking battle royales and only 2 of them are going to make it. And that's what we see. We see Fortnite and we see PUBG. And we see Warzone's dying. Dude, Call of Duty's Battle Royale is dying. Even Call of Duty is struggling to remain relevant in this one genre that is Battle Royale. And don't be surprised if you see Battlefield 6's Battle Royale completely fail. Because the market has already determined that PUBG and Fortnite do it best, and we don't really need more than that. I didn't determine that. You didn't determine that. The wider market determined that. And people have been waiting for this to stop, to die, to change. And they've been waiting for the next big revolution in gaming. And it's like, dude, this is it. The next revolution in gaming is AI. It's not, you know, and to be fair, like, who knows what that could do? I can't even begin to try to predict what the AI revolution will do in games. That's impossible to predict. I just know it will be a revolution. But I don't know, man. Meanwhile, CS:GO is still going strong. Yeah, well, there you go. See, that's another game that like still has millions of people playing it. That was a live service that was established years ago. I mean, who's going to try to make a CS:GO competitor? Who has tried? Who's failed? Why is Sony not making a CS:GO competitor? Because it's just the people have spoken. The people have said this is our game. Just like they say Call of Duty's our game. Just like they say some people will be saying Battlefield's my game now. And like, I'll tell you this, any chance that Sony had of making a first-person shooter out the window with Battlefield, bro. Valorant. I mean, and I'm talking about a military shooter. Like, Sony, again, might be able to take the angle of what if we make a sci-fi shooter? What's the most relevant sci-fi shooter out there right now? There's not many. But even then, it's a great risk. So I'm leaning too much in trying to explain the negative effects of Sony going completely multi-plat. You're suggesting that there won't be any concerning changes. Many people feel otherwise. This is my belief. My belief is that the greatest concern we have for Sony going in the direction they're going in, because, I mean, look, I know that I've been focused on maybe this is a good thing. This is a good thing. There are certainly some concerns. I think the greatest concern is not, like, I'll put it to you this way. A lot of people have this perspective, I think, where it's like, well, if if Sony goes multi-plat, then what's the point? And I'm like, that's not what you got to be asking. The question you got to be asking is if Sony goes multi-plat and succeeds in their live service endeavor in the way that they want to succeed, you better pray that Sony's going to keep making those single player games. You better pray that Sony's not going to suddenly walk up to Naughty Dog, hold a gun to their head, and say, that Last of Us live service, you're going to be doing that. That's what you're going to be doing now. You better pray that like Sony doesn't completely just, honestly, find that success in the way that other companies have. Because if they do, bro, everything that made PlayStation what it was might diminish and eventually evaporate. I'm not trying to fearmonger. I'm just trying to be realistic in that, like, dude, all it took was one successful live service game with Helldivers for Sony to completely reevaluate their approach to PC, multi-platform, and even Xbox. Wait, how am I shifting the subject? Well, elaborate, Tarnished. Elaborate a little bit. Like so you're telling me that people are very concerned. Well, what are some of their concerns? Exactly. Because I feel like I'm trying to. The console war is over. I'm reading some of the replies. The console war is over. Nintendo won. A game so bad it actually killed the hardware itself. Concord. We're essentially seeing Sony and Microsoft go third party in real time. We're not going to make it to PS9 anymore, huh? I don't know how many times they and the industry need to keep hinting at this movement for it to sink in, but yeah, that's what this signal indicates. Ecosystem based on as many versatile pipelines as possible. The current and past baseline is being rewired. Bring Dust 514 back. Sony had mag. Look, I'm going to read this to you, okay? This comment has 69 upvotes. 69 upvotes, bro. Perfect. This person says, if Sony is going to do this, then I'm going to drop the brand if I'm a fan. I'm going to consume PlayStation. I think they meant to say I'm not going to consume PlayStation just because of the greater number of third-party products on them. Wait, hold on. I think they say I'm going to consume PlayStation just because of the greater number of third-party products on them and buy my Switch 2 as soon as possible. What the fuck does that even mean? What? I started reading this comment because it had nearly 70 upvotes, and I'm thinking, surely this person's making some kind of sense. They literally said they're still going to consume PlayStation products after saying they're going to abandon. What the fuck is going? Dude, Twitter is like, this is retarded, bro. What the fuck? What? Oh. The internet's going to make me lose my mind. How does it? It has to be. How does it have 70 upvotes? How did 70 people agree with this statement? Josh, you sent me a couple of directs. All right, bro. Tarnish, you're saying you say that what matters is what will Sony do if they made a successful live service after they went multi-platform. That's the thing. It's why people want Sony to remain solely focused on console exclusives. Okay, I get what you're saying, Tarnish. And Josh, I'm going to read your messages. What I'll say to that is, so I think what you're talking about, Tarnish, is you want me to speak to the more traditional core PlayStation player that just is like, listen, Sony, we have a good thing going. You've been doing this for 5 generations practically. Why risk ruining it? I can actually understand that. And that, I think the best answer I could give is kind of similar to what I said earlier, where the fan that's asking Sony to do that is asking Sony to take a great risk. It's one that makes sense from the consumer perspective doesn't make sense from the business perspective. And this is why you're seeing the most dedicated core enthusiast seemingly at odds with what Sony's business executives want to do. Because if Sony says, you know what, you're right, you're right, we can't. Like I saw Sean Layden, by the way. Sean Layden responded to this post from Genki with Kratos going like, like so even Sean agrees that this is he believes that this is maybe a mistake that Sony's making. And I totally get it because it could be. But it's just that I think the problem here is this. I think the problem is that if Sony turns to the core enthusiast fan base and says, "You know what? You're right. We're not going to follow anything Microsoft's doing. We're not going to follow any of the market trends. We're not going to chase live service games. We're not going to go multi-platform. We're going to stick to the way we've always done things." Sony would have to do that, hoping and assuming and banking on, well, if we do that, we're going to see further growth. So basically, if we do that with the PS6, the PS6 is going to do even better than the PS5. And that's the problem, is that risk is, now I'm not saying I agree with it, because I don't agree or disagree with it, but it's like, I'm not saying you have to agree with it, but that risk is too great in Sony's eyes, is too great to take, because they're looking at, keep in mind, Sony is privy to a ton of information behind the scenes that we are not. They can see things way more clearly than any of us can. Trust me, they have insight. I'm not saying that means that they won't make stupid decisions. They still do. Just because you have all the information doesn't make you less stupid necessarily. You could still make very stupid decisions, even having all the information at your disposal. But it's just that if Hideaki, let's just say Hideaki Nishino, because he's the one in charge of this, if he said no, like no, like we're not doing live service. Shuhei Yoshida did that, by the way. Bro, I'm sorry. Shuhei Yoshida tried, man. Shuhei Yoshida said, I'm not doing live service. And you know what Jim Ryan said to him? Listen, Shu, I like you, but you're either going to do this or you're going to go, or maybe we could carve out an indie position for you. Get out. Yeah, I mean, that's what happened. And he revealed this. He told us. And he didn't say, I mean, he had to be professional about it, but it's like, yeah, dude, he straight up said I wouldn't have done the live service thing. And that makes sense because Shu is from that era, just like Sean Layden is, where it's like, yeah, like this is what has worked. Why would you not stick with that? No, that's fair, Tarnish. There are genuine concerns. I mean, listen, man, if Sony, I'll tell you right now, man, if Sony goes down this path and that results in, turns out they don't give a shit about the console. PS6 sucks. The games that dude, you better enjoy Death Stranding 2. You better enjoy Ghost of Yotei and Saros, because next gen, this is done. You're not getting these games anymore. Sony's like, every game's going to be live service, and they're going to be fucking Roblox bullshit. It's like, if that's what this ends up, if that's a path this ends up going down, I will leave PlayStation. I'll be fucking done. I'm not rooting for that. I'm not rooting for that. And that is the concern. Like, bro, Sony, what audience are you trying to tap into right now? Because, I don't mind you wanting to get more live service players, right? But like, goddamn, like I like that LFG studio. That's concerning to me. Where it's like, diversify, sure. Who are you trying? What are you trying to do with this? Who's this for? What you got going on there? Moonshot. Well, hold on. Give me 1 second. I gotta bring up these direct donos. It's not loading though. It's taking forever to load. Hold on. Josh, I'm sorry, man. I don't apologize to keep you waiting or anybody who dropped a direct donation. It's just not loading. Josh, I'm gonna give it another minute. See if I can bring it up here. Okay, I got it now. The first direct dono was from Perfect Image. And he said, MBG, remember Nintendo and Sony was working together. Nintendo wanted cartridges and Sony wanted CDs, so Sony made their own. That's how PlayStation got born. That's still such a crazy story. Like, who would have known that that's how PlayStation came to be? Because of a prospective Nintendo and Sony partnership. I love it. And Moonshot says, sorry. That's not what Moonshot said. I just did Moonshot dirty, bro. I'm sorry. That's it. That's the message. Thank you for your direct dono. I read it totally wrong. And I froze and I paused because I knew I read it wrong. Take two. Here we go. Josh, aka Moonshot, says, I caught some of your Battlefield 6 stream yesterday. Brought a damn tear to my eye seeing how back we are. Is this a day one for you? Big competition at the end of the year. It's probably going to be a day one for me. Yeah. I'm a pretty big Battlefield fan. I've been playing for many years, and as you could tell in that stream, I had a lot of fun. We had some crazy Battlefield moments, bro. And it's going to be, yeah. I think at the very least, I'm going to try to make this a day one game no matter what, because even if I can't put as much time into it at launch, depending on what because I'll be playing Ghost of Yote, I still want to show the support that, like, yes, like, this is what I wanted. You know what I mean? Like, I want to support Battlefield and the fact that they made the proper comeback. And you say here with another chat, Josh, I don't know how you watch Xbox get obliterated from the decisions they made and think to yourself, we should tread a similar path. Moronic, I do not support. And I can respect that. And you might be right. Dude, listen, Josh, this might be the dumbest thing PlayStation ever does. This could be the undoing of PlayStation. My whole thing is, and actually, Josh, I'm glad I read this, because here's what I was going to say a moment ago. I was going to say that Sony's view on this might be as follows, and it might be this simple. Let's take a chance. And maybe the data, the shareholders, and certain changes we're seeing within the industry all tell us that this is a chance, this is a risk worth taking, because the payoff is huge if you succeed. But let's take the risk. Let's take the chance. I did say in a post that I put out yesterday, the biggest risk Sony is taking here is losing too much of that 80 to 120 million install base that they've spent decades building up. They risk losing that. But they're seemingly willing to take that risk because here it is. I think the way they view it, I'm not saying this isn't shitty, but I just think it might be true. We take these chances. The moment things go boom, we walk it back. We're sorry. Our bad. Whoa, hey. No, you're not the lead. Come back. We got you. Don't worry. We hear you loud and clear. I think that, by the way, that is the result of less competition. And this kind of folds back into what Tarnish was saying, where, like, you would ask, so Josh, you're saying, like, why would we tread down a similar path that our competition did that got them obliterated? Right? Well, because who did the obliterating? Do you see what I'm saying? Who did the obliterating? Sony did. Sony's looking around and being like, well, so if we do want to get a piece of that pie, who's gonna? I'm telling you, man, Sony, it is arrogant. I'm not gonna deny it's arrogant, and I understand why it would piss people off. But Sony is genuinely in a position where they're turning to players and they're saying, like, where are you going to go? And am I saying am I saying Sony is unobliteratable? Whoa. Whoa. I think that Sony's trying, like, I want to be clear right now. Sony's not literally turning to us and saying fuck you. They're like, to be fair, like, listen, I got to talk in facts. And the fact of the matter is, Sony is still speaking to the core audience, saying we're prioritizing, maybe that's not what they're saying. We're making a PS6. We're putting a lot of good shit. We got Mark Cerny on the case, bro. He's making a PS6. He's making a PlayStation handheld. Please be excited, right? Listen, here are single player studios. They're making single player games. We got some new IPs in the works. We got some sequels. We got some remakes. We got some remasters, and we got some live service. So, and then listen, if you're worried about exclusivity, we're still we're very thoughtful. This is what Herman says. We're very thoughtful about what we put off console. So I want to be clear that Sony's literally speaking to that audience and aware that, like, we got you, bro. We got you. But there's a lot of people, like, the more they hear, they're like, you fucking lying? Like, Herman, you lying ass. Like, I see what you're doing. And I'll be honest, I don't think it's so much a lie as much as it is the slow pulling of the band. Like, don't pull it slow enough, they're not going to notice. They're not going to notice. I think people are still, you rip a couple hairs out, like, whoa, what's going on? What's going on? But I do think that if Sony fucks up, and they could fuck up, dude. If they fuck up, I think they do feel confident that all we have to do is, like, listen, if we go into the PS6 gen and we mess up, we just gotta go back to the basics. And you could make an argument because, and Josh, I want to speak to what you said with your direct donation real quick before I read these super chats from Lux. You said, I don't know how you watch Xbox get obliterated from the decisions they make and think to yourself, we should tread a similar path. What's interesting to think, Josh, is that this goes back to the Xbox One. Because think about it. The most amount of damage that was dealt to the Xbox brand and console in one day, in a matter of an hour and a half to 2 hours, the most amount of damage was that Xbox One reveal. And again, Phil Spencer said himself that basically that's where it ended. Who did that damage? Sony didn't do that damage. Nintendo didn't do that damage, nor did Steam. No, but Microsoft did that damage to themselves. And all Sony did, like I said, Sony didn't kill the Xbox One. Sony didn't even, put the final nail in the coffin for the Xbox One. The only thing Sony did was, bury it. Microsoft killed the Xbox One. Microsoft built the coffin and put the final nail in the coffin. Microsoft laid the coffin down in the grave. All Sony had to do was just bury it, pat it down. You're good to go. And we did the obliterating by not buying the Xbox products. Well, that's true. Well, think about it though, because the lack of purchases started with the Xbox One. And that was due to Microsoft didn't go third party. Microsoft didn't, they didn't go all in with live service. Microsoft just basically made a bunch of shitty decisions with their hardware and their policies that everybody was like, this shit sucks. And unfortunately, that, they had a competitor right next to them at the same day, or the very next day, being like, we're going to do the opposite of that. And I think it's just interesting because I've been speculating for a couple of months now, Josh, that I don't think anything Microsoft has done recently is what killed the console. Because I just said earlier in the stream that the Xbox console is dead. And it is. It didn't even hit No, you're all good, Tarnished. It's good conversation. I love it. We just learned that the Xbox Series consoles didn't even make it to 30 million sold. Now, I do think that Microsoft announcing we're going multi-platform, here's Forza and Gears on PlayStation, I do think that made sure that no one's buying your console. But I would argue that hardly anybody was buying your console prior to that. Because keep in mind, the majority of this generation, Microsoft was not doing that. In fact, the beginning of this generation started with them trying to go Hellblade exclusive, Starfield, and it didn't do shit. And so I think that the actual reality that we're looking at is that that day the Xbox One was revealed, that was it. I think it can all be traced back to that, where it didn't matter that Microsoft went day one PC. Gaming Survivor, you're heading out, man. I appreciate you hanging out, man. I don't think it mattered that they went day one PC with Quantum Break in every game after. I don't think it mattered that they made Game Pass. I don't think it mattered, honestly, even to the point where they went multi-platform. Like, I'll be honest, like, when I look back, hindsight 2020, we go back last year and we see, like, oh my God, the Xbox brand is dying. Like, Microsoft's going multi-platform. They're putting their games on PlayStation, and it's understandable. We all reacted like, this is it. This is the death rattle. But it's like, you know what though? Maybe they were just dead the whole time. Like the console. I'm serious. Like maybe that's just what it was. Like the Xbox One, barely sold. It didn't even get to 50 million. Right? It didn't even get to 50 million, and then the series consoles couldn't even get to 30. I understand that it's easy to look at the decisions that were made, where it's like, well, yes, all these things together, going day one PC, going multi-platform, Game Pass, killing your, I do think Game Pass did erode their game sales. It's all these things collectively, but it's like, but what was the catalyst for all of that? The catalyst was Microsoft coming out after the major success of the Xbox 360 and basically saying, everything you loved about the 360, we're going to do the literal opposite of that. Please buy it. And everybody said no. You know what question I like to ask myself sometimes? How different would things be? How different would things be if Microsoft didn't fuck up the Xbox One reveal and they basically revealed the Xbox 720? An awesome kick-ass next-gen games machine with new games that got you hyped. They basically did what the PS4 did. How different I'll tell you, night and day difference. The last gen, it would have been neck and neck. You would have seen probably 80 million Xboxes sold, 110 PS4s. I'm telling you. And that would have continued. I just can't help but think of this because it's like, dude, I'm seeing Sony make, and Josh, this is the final thing I want to say, because you bring up a really interesting point here. The final thing I want to say to your message, Josh, is that like we've been seeing Sony for the last 5 years slowly making the same decisions that Microsoft has, and it has had no negative effect on them. I want you to think about that. Really ponder that for a moment. Like, I think that may prove that my theory is correct. Sony did the thing that nobody thought they would do. They went to PC. They started porting their games to PC. Well, they're not going to go day and date. Well, dude, we're going day and date with Helldivers. We sold more copies of Helldivers on PC than PS5. Oh my God. Okay, well, you're doing too many remakes. You're doing too many remasters. You don't have enough new IP. This and that and that and this. It's like, and when we look at this is why I focus so much on the results that we saw earlier, because it's like, and what are the results here? The results are Sony's doing better than they ever have, and they're selling just as many consoles. So I guess I'm just pointing all this out here because I do think that there's a combination of things. I think that on one hand, you have certain PlayStation players who have this kind of fear of like, well, Sony's going to lose their identity. PlayStation's going to lose its identity. But the second fear is that, this is going to kill PlayStation as we know it. And it's like, well, I don't know, man. If you look at Sony's business meeting, they prioritize their franchises, dude. God of War's up there front and center. Uncharted, Horizon, Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us. It's like Spider-Man. And to me, those things still make up the identity of PlayStation, and they're not. I understand that people are like, well, if Kratos is available on an Xbox console, then you lost your identity. And it's like, maybe, but Kratos is in Fortnite. Does that? You see what I'm saying? Where it's like, I don't know. I don't know how much, like, maybe this is the camel that'll break the straw's back, the straw that'll break the camel's back. And Lux, let me read your super chats, buddy. I'm keeping you waiting. You're saying Sony's willing to risk the diehards for potentially more profit and from a larger base. Like Microsoft is kicking the Xbox owners to the curb for third-party money. PS may play into Microsoft's hands. Hypothetically, they go more multi-plat. Microsoft could say they're doing an 80-20%. They can afford the hit, an 80-20% split. Sony can't shake up the market. And then you say here, oh, wait, hold on, I lost it. Saying MBG, so you're putting profit ahead of rightfully criticizing over too many sequels and remakes. No. I wouldn't say that. I do think Sony went a little overboard with the remakes and the remasters. Sequels, I'm more understanding of, but I do agree Sony went a little crazy this generation, and they do need to tone that down a little bit. So I really do feel that way. I mean, even I was criticizing The Last of Us Part 1, where I'm like, this is it's a great game. It looks amazing, but it's like, is this necessary? Like, do we really need this right now? Something like a Bloodborne remake, PS6 feels totally right, but other games need to be prioritized when it comes to remakes and remasters. Rod Ferguson's leaving Blizzard, moving away from the Diablo franchise. Damn, dude. Damn. But Lux, what you said with your super chats here, I think Sony is willing to take that risk because, look, I'm not going to gaslight PlayStation players, just like I'm not going to gaslight Xbox players. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that one of the biggest selling points to the most diehard fan base from both Sony and Microsoft is we're going to treat you special. We're going to give you, and like if you are willing to buy our console and buy into what we have here, we're going to give you shit that you can only get here that's just for you. Just for you, the PlayStation player. Just for you, the Xbox player. And then one day they just collectively decide we're kind of done doing that. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that that the customer who says, well, that's the fucking reason I bought it, shouldn't be upset. I'm just here to say, like, but if this is what they decide on, how far can your emotional reaction truly go? And more importantly, what does it mean for you as a gamer at the end of the day? I'm just trying to fast track us to the answer. And I think the answer is, well, you got to put your money where your mouth is always, and you can still vocalize your concern or your frustration, but you have to do so, like I said, aware that it may fall on deaf ears. Because, yeah, unfortunately, that Sony is a little bit of gaslighting. Because I want you to think about this. We just watched Microsoft gaslight, and it was crazy the way we saw Microsoft handle it. Because they did it, dude. Microsoft knew, just like Sony knows, dude. It's why you see Herman Holst out here being like, well, we're very thoughtful about any game we You know, we're very thoughtful about any game we put off console because they know that, like, bro, we how are we gonna tell, even if it's just a couple million people, how are we gonna tell them that quite literally one of the biggest reasons we told them to come in doesn't matter anymore? Like, sorry. And that's why when you see that Xbox podcast and Phil Spencer, I mean, dude, like, no wonder why he looked that way, because he knew it's like, I gotta turn to these guys and fucking tell them. And to be fair, like, you saw the division in the Xbox fan base, where on one side you saw certain Xbox diehards be like, I'm fucking done. This is it. This is the last straw. Fuck you, Xbox. I'm out. But then the rest were just like, well, I mean, yeah, this kind of sucks, but all right, well, I guess I'll just enjoy what's left. I guess I'll just start focusing on in being excited for the games for what they are, and not where they're able to or to not be played. And yeah, it does come off as a little bit awkward at first, because it's like, well, shouldn't you have done that the whole time? But it's like, well, wait, hold on. Don't pretend like these companies didn't tell us. You get what I'm saying? Like we can't pretend that Sony like that Microsoft wasn't flexing the fact that Gears of War is Xbox, bro, and only Xbox. Hey, Halo only Xbox, Forza only Xbox. We can't pretend that Sony was like, God of War, get a fucking PlayStation. God of War only on PlayStation. You know, Horizon only on PlayStation. I mean, they put only on PlayStation right on the box. We can't pretend that these weren't valid, pushed selling points. Just like I'm not going to pretend people don't have a right to be upset now that those selling points are being taken away. I'm just trying to basically get over that, though, and tell people, like, even if you do feel like you were gaslit, even if you do feel like you were burned, even if you do feel like you were betrayed or whatever it is, what, like, I'm just genuinely asking, like, what do you do now? You know? And that's why I just kind of realized, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. And I'm not saying everybody needs to do what I'm going to do. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to be like, I'm going to play Ghost of Yotei. I'm going to keep platinuming Death Stranding. I'm going to keep playing. I'm going to play Ghost of Yotei, and I'll play Saros next year too. And I'll probably buy the PS6 when it comes out. Probably buy the handheld too. That's me. That's me. You know, and you know, if by the time we get to the PS6, it's like God of War's going to Xbox for, well, fuck, man. I mean, dude, let's just face it. Let's just face it. Let's just face it right now. I'll predict the future for you right now. You ready? Next Xbox. Maybe it'll be revealed next year. Apparently, Microsoft might try to reveal it earlier. Super fucking powerful, super expensive, will play PlayStation games. I'm not talking Helldivers. I'm not talking Spider-Man 2. I'm talking you as a consumer will be able to go buy this box probably for $1,000. Probably, that's the thing. It's probably gonna be expensive as shit. But but let's face it, in the online conversation, is that going to matter? You know the conversations I'm talking about. Is that really going to matter? You're going to be able to go buy this box, pick up your Xbox controller, boot up some kind of shell version of Windows, go to your Steam account and boot up any PlayStation game that Sony put on Steam. And by the time we get to this next generation box, we probably will be seeing games like Ghost of Yotei. The game I'm excited to play right now that's coming up, the game I'm playing right now, Death Stranding, you'll be able to play that on your next Xbox. And there's not a fucking thing Sony can do about it, because Sony chose to be there on Steam, that is. It's over, dude. Like, if anything, I'm just perplexed by the reactions. You know? I just feel like I'm perplexed by the reactions. It's like, we've known this for the last year. Like, when it comes to the whole thing I just described about Xbox, we've known this for like the past 9 months. You know? And I'm not trying to gaslight people. I'm just trying to tell people that are having the most visceral, over the top, intense reactions that, like, it doesn't matter. We're already here. We've been here. Like, you can't stop an Xbox, you can't stop a gamer from saying, you know what? I am going to play Spider Man 2 on my next generation Xbox. And that shit's probably going to look real damn good. It's going to be an expensive box. Somebody will say, well, that's just a PC. There's still an Xbox logo on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, where do you go from there? And this is why, like, I think an unwise decision is to say, yeah, well, when fucking Spider-Man 3 comes out, bet you're not going to have that day one. And then, and you know what? I fucking promise you, you say that, if I said that, the moment I say that, tomorrow Sony's going to announce we're going day and date with PC. That's how it works. I'm telling you, that's how it works. That's how it's going to happen. And I just think people need to stop freaking out. I'm freaking out because they're freaking out. But, you know, dude, you're going to see so many people going forward. God, when these new consoles are announced, you're going to see so many people in the comments, in the streams, everywhere, on Reddit. I'm gaming on PC now. They're going to let you know every chance they get. I am on PC. Let me tell you my specifications. Like, it's like, okay, bro. Like, come on. I understand you're a burned console fan that felt like you got pushed to PC. Bro, it's fine. It's all good. And look, I'm not going to gaslight my own audience either. I'm not going to gaslight myself. I'm not going to pretend I didn't care about exclusives. I'm not going to pretend that they don't mean anything. They do. They do. Like, they absolutely do. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that if we enter this new age of PlayStation where there are no exclusives, just like we're entering this age of Xbox where there are no exclusives, it is different. Not saying it's bad different, but it is different. I will absolutely be the first one to tell you, man, I fucking wish we had Sony and Microsoft out here ripping their shirts off, going at it with their fucking hardware and their games, like fighting to the death. Like, we are fighting tooth and nail to get you in here, bro. Let me show you what we got. It's always been awesome. And I will miss that. I miss that now. You know, it is cool to see Forza Horizon on PlayStation, to see it selling so well, but I don't know. I know, oh, you missed the console wars. It's like, nah, I guess if you want to frame it that way, but I miss that vicious competition. And I guess with the competition being that vicious, somebody was bound to die eventually. But, you know, it was always a sight to behold. And it had this energy to it that I think no one who partook in it, and when I say partake, I mean even just witnessed it, I don't think anybody can deny that, like, dude, if we really are going to a more homogenized future in gaming where you can just play anything you want, wherever you want, exclusivity doesn't matter anymore unless you're Nintendo, I don't think anybody's going to deny that when we look back at these previous generations, it's going to feel like, man, that was a special time. It's going to feel truly like, man, that's the end of an era. And there's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for that. You think PlayStation won't ever abandon exclusivity? It's suicidal. So, well, I will tell you this, Prince. It's what I said earlier. They're going to try. They're going to fuck around. Are they going to find out? We have to wait and see. We have to see. But keep in mind, the worst thing Sony could do, like worst thing, Sony could announce at the end of this generation, let's just say next year, we're going day and date on PC with everything. And then the meltdowns happen. It lasts for 2 weeks. Everybody gets over it. Because they're like, well, I guess it was kind of like that already. You know, like it was already kind of like that. I guess, you know? I mean, look, Spider-Man was exclusive for a year. Right? It's just, what would I've just ripped the Band-Aid off, just put it there day one. Whatever, bro. They do that. Weeks go by, nothing changes. Months go by, nothing changes. PlayStation maybe breaks a fucking record because of GTA 6. Then the final nail in the coffin is Sony just says, well, they won't tell you this, but it's just there is no more exclusivity. In other words, they're not going to ship to Xbox because as we established, the next Xbox will just be PC versions. Sony already went day and date with PC. Maybe at that point, we're going to start doing some Switch 2 versions on the side. If they do that, the worst case scenario, I want you to think about this. The worst case scenario is, holy shit, dude, people are leaving your platform. Like, they're leaving in droves. Like, you just lost millions of users and you lost millions of console sales. If that happened, all Sony has to do is say, actually, never mind. We're not doing that anymore. And those people come back. I'm not saying, some people might not come back. Again, there is a risk there, but it's like, you have to think of it from the perspective, from business speaking, what if you do that and nothing changes? What if you do that and you just get pure extra revenue, pure extra sales, and nobody leaves? Hardly anybody leaves, and your console sales are fine. Sony wants to, again, that's what they want to find out. That's what they're going to fuck around with. And they will find out because, listen, maybe I am the wrong one here. Maybe Sony is going to go fuck around and they're going to make some crazy decisions where it's like, we're going to day one PC, we're going to bring Spider-Man to Xbox and all this crazy shit. And then it's just like the next earnings, it's like, nobody panic, but our console sales just fell off a cliff. We just lost 10% of our player base. Like, if that happens, they'll just know, okay, we got to pull it back. But where does that put them? You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that mean? It means they're stuck. It means they got to just be okay with what they got. And that's where I'm inclined to agree with what Lux is saying. PC storefront, Sony's going, listen, I'm just going to, remember I'm saying this, bookmark this, clip it, whatever. Remember I'm saying it because it's going to come true in the coming years. And I just want people to know when I'm not losing my shit and freaking out and falling out of my chair, it's because I already know what's coming. Sony's going to expand the PlayStation Store and the PlayStation platform as it is. They're going beyond the console. Like, I mean, they said that themselves, but you're going to see them bring this shit to other places, including PlayStation Plus. That's the next step, and that is going to happen. And you're going to see people lose their minds when it happens. But that's why I'm trying to tell you now that this is coming. Don't be one of those people that's caught off guard and is like, holy shit. Reliable source apparently said that it was 80.3 million PS5 shipped, not sold. There's a difference. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, what are we talked about this earlier, Stu. It's like, what are you implying? Is the implication that there's million? Because keep in mind, Sony said 77 million. Does Sony know something we don't? Did the PS5 already fall off a cliff? And they're just not ready to tell us? I don't think so. That would be a dangerous game for Sony to play because they would be misleading shareholders. 78.2 million sold through. Wait, Titus, where'd you get that number from? Steam will blow the PlayStation Store away. Probably. Sony will fuck around and find out. That's last quarter. AI said that. I thought that was last quarter. Nintendo says sold instead of shipped. Well, I mean, listen, man, the implication is like people want me to believe that the PS5 is... You know what I want to know? I want to know why people want so badly to see Sony fail. That to me is an interesting angle. Like, I see people, like, they want to see the PlayStation console fail. And they want to see, Sony go down. And that would be interesting. I'm not totally against that because people were people were saying, "Oh, it's defending Sony earlier." It's like I'm not defending them. I'm just telling people that you're fucking wrong. Like you're wrong about your assumptions and what you in your projections, and it's okay. I'm wrong too. We're all wrong at times, and then people let me know when I'm wrong. You know what I mean? I'm sure people are always gonna let me know when I'm wrong. But it's just like it would be interesting to see Sony start to lose their grip because you would see them behave very differently. And I wouldn't be opposed to that. My only thing with that is I'm not particularly unhappy with what they're doing. I don't know that I need to see Sony shake things up dramatically because it's like, I mean, okay, like I got a PS5 Pro. I like it. I'm excited for Ghost of Yotei. I'm excited for SARS. Like I'm not. Would I like a bigger? I mean, honestly, like the only thing I was like, give me a fucking showcase, Sony. Like show me, put on the big show. That's what I want. Outside of that, I mean, it's like people who talk about like, oh, they don't release enough games, and it's like, dude, I don't know what do you want? I don't like you want a new game from Sony every 2 or 3 months, like. I guess I understand like you want the quantity, but it's like, dude, if Sony just gives me Death Stranding and Ghost of Yotei this year, literally going to be 2 Game of the Year contenders. It's like I'm cool with that. I'm not gonna bitch about that. If we have years where we get 3, that'd be awesome. That's fine. But I'm just saying, like, if you're they got to be more like Microsoft. And it's like, dude, Microsoft has 40 plus studios or some shit. Well, I don't know. They might have less now because they shuttered a few, but it's just like, I mean, okay, I don't know, like I'm not asking for things like, what's that game called? It came out this year. It came out like February. What the hell was it called? Fucking A. Why I can't remember it. Well, I know Avowed came out. So I'm not asking for games like Avowed from Sony. You know what I mean? Like I'm good. I don't let Microsoft handle that. South of Midnight. I'm not asking for games like South of Midnight, bro. Like I'm not asking for games like Hellblade from Sony. I'm just not. Like it's like that's cool, bro. Or like Grounded, right? Like Microsoft's got you covered. Microsoft is there to fill in those gaps. Now, apparently, I don't know, like, because I have to ask myself, like, what studio would Sony get to make a South of Midnight? A game, you know what I mean? Like a smaller game, that it just to me is unappealing. I'm just being honest in like, just for me. No offense to anybody who liked that game or, that's fine. Those games should exist. I'm just saying, like, I am okay with the strategy Sony has. So, and I'm not saying they're bad games. I haven't played them. But what I've seen, I'm like, I'm good. I'm okay if Sony's like, listen, we're making really big, high production value games, and it's going to take a long time. And so because of that, we're probably gonna have 1, maybe 2 games a year. I'm like, okay, just make sure they hit that quality mark that I expect. Do that, and I'm good. And I think most people are. No, Lux, bro, stop busting my balls. What do you want? What do you think I'm gonna say? I don't want games like Death Stranding 2. I don't want Ghost of Yotei. What do you expect me to say? Now, dude, listen. If we get a year where Sony's like, here's Fair Games and Saros. I mean, well, no offense, Saros is going to be a potential game of the year, but it's like, that's it. Fair Games is ass. Saros is amazing, but that's it. Yeah, I will. At that point, I'll be like, Sony, what the? Come on, bro. Like, there's got to be at least another one, right? No. 0 Point, get the fuck out of here with that. Screw games like Death Stranding. Screw you, 0 Point. Absolutely not. Fable may be canceled. Where's that coming from? Anyway, um, yeah, no, I'm just, I mean, look, man, I probably, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not going to cover this stuff anymore because that would be a lie. Um, I will continue to cover these things probably because I mean, I have to, you know, like this is what I do. This is what we cover on the channel. But I just think that I'm just getting to a point where I think I'm just going to start leaving the, I'm going to probably be slowly myself kind of walking away from these types of like, I mean, it's easy for me to say that because I just got done talking about it for 3.5 fucking hours. But it really is just like, yeah, we're gonna go see that Dwayne Johnson probably later this month. Yeah, that's a priority. And then look, I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna bullshit you or myself. I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm just only going to talk about games. I could do that, but the reality of my channel is I would lose probably a significant viewership. That's just the reality, you know. The same can be said for a lot of other people. There are a lot. I mean, there are plenty of people out here where it's like, dude, if literally all they did was just talk about video games they're playing and enjoying, they would, it's like that's it. Because people do want to hear other conversations. They want other topics. They want more games industry esque coverage. I'm not gonna stop covering that. I just think that, and some of it will probably require a little bit of discipline on my end, but it's just like I don't I'm finding myself enjoying these conversations less and less personally, you know? Like I feel like it's become so cyclical where, last week it was people losing their minds over a job listing. This week it's people losing their minds over a single sentence that was spoken by a Sony executive. And it's like, if this was our first go around, it would be a lot easier because it's like, holy shit, what is happening? This isn't our first go around. This is like our third, fourth, or fifth go around. And it's like, I think we all know what's happening. You know what I mean? Like how much is there left to be said? That isn't just, we're going to talk about it again. And I don't mind most of the time. I don't mind because like I guess I'm just saying, like, I feel like I've made my stance and my opinion on it pretty clear at this point where, I get it. People have drugged me through the mud and they have, said or done God knows what in regards to things content I've created in the past and things, that I've said in the past. And that's fine. I'm not playing a victim. I'm not playing innocent, but it's like, okay, well, I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to move on and just kind of maybe just shift the focus a little bit because I mean, it's like I feel like the only people that are left like if I'm being like totally honest, I feel like that the only people who are left really kind of playing in the mud in that sense are really like people are like uh, this kind of like you guys kind of suck. You know what I mean? Like, and I know I say it all the time, but it's like, dude, it's getting shittier out here, man. Like I don't know, there just used to be more, there used to be better commentary. There used to be better discourse, not dramatically better, but I mean, it's really gotten to a point where it's like, oh God, I mean, what the fuck is there left to say? Like, I mean, it's like the discourse has become Nintendo wins. It's like, oh well, okay. And then outside of that, it's like, now let's focus on this insane thing that this nobody said that is like, look at this, look at these, Look at these people slinging shit back and forth at each other. And it's like, all right, yeah, I mean, it's I guess. I understand why people are still gonna partake in it, but it's just I don't know, man. Like the greatest irony of it all is you see people, they're like, it's gonna be great when we can play games anywhere, everywhere, all the time. This is the future. And people just and fanboys need to accept that. It's like, I get that. But then like they don't talk about the games and they don't talk about enjoying the games. They keep like, you know what I mean? It's like, wait, I'm confused. What exactly are we advocating for here? Like I hear what you're advocating for, but it's like, but then the focus is on something else. So it's, in a sense, it is hypocritical. But yeah, I don't know, man. I guess this is just where we are. I'm sure next week we'll get another quote from Sony or another job listing that will cause the internet. I mean, fuck, maybe next week Spider-Man 2 will be announced for Xbox. They don't game at all. That's the funny part. Some of them probably don't. Yeah. Is my channel built on console wars? Kind of, I guess. I mean, yeah, the a major truth is that that there's just it's undeniable is like truthfully my channel was built on talking about Xbox. Like the Xbox One and not console wars, but more my channel was originally built on I think Microsoft can fix this and get better. And like they can make a comeback. That's what my channel was built on. And then eventually I got tired of that and I'm like, you know what? I don't think they're doing anything. And I will admit the biggest mistake I probably made along the way was dunking on Xbox, not players, not people, but the brand itself. Not necessarily, I don't know if it's fair to call it a mistake, but it's just like, yeah, there were times where I got, I got, we had some fun with it, is the way I'll put it. We had some fun with it. But then Xbox died, the console. I mean, like then they actually died. And I was like, oh. I didn't think, like, guys, I didn't think they were gonna fucking die. Like, I didn't think Microsoft was actually gonna like say fuck it and give up on the console. Like, you know what I mean? And then they did, and then it's like, oh, all right, well, I get, it is what it is. And then now PlayStation's making changes, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I said from day one the reason, ironically enough, exclusives are what brought me to PlayStation. So there is a level of hypocrisy if I say, so it's okay if they don't have exclusives. I mean, the truth is, if Sony never had exclusives, I'd still be on Xbox. That is the truth. But it's just time moved forward and things changed. And one of those changes is the Xbox console died, and Sony did help kind of kill it. And and now, now it's just, well, Sony's going to focus on expansion themselves because they won this battle. So the war's not over. The revenue war, the player base war, the player engagement war, the larger war is not over, but this battle is over and the battle was won. And, the old saying, if you can't beat them, join them, is in full effect, where Microsoft said, we can't beat you, we're just going to join you. And Sony's like, fuck it. You know what? Give them Helldivers. Why not? Battle's over. They're not our enemy anymore on this front. And yeah, so like in a sense, it's like, is this channel kind of built on that? Certainly. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. But is that all it can be? I would like to think not. I mean, fuck it. To be honest, if that's all it can be, then yeah, I guess then that's what it'll be. But it all comes down to how I run the channel. Because at the end of the day, let's face it, like everything I've done on the channel is based on my thoughts and my opinions and my reactions. And I'm just becoming, I saw somebody in the chat earlier say like the quote unquote console wars were a little bit more lighthearted like earlier on. And I do agree with that. I think that it's become pretty. People have gotten nasty. I mean, people. I guess you could say people have always been nasty, but there's been just like a new era of like people just kind of going in really hard on like where it's to me it's not it's taking things so low that's like, well, I mean I don't think anybody was really taking this seriously. Maybe some people were, but now you got like fucking, I'm gonna be honest, you got kind of like crazy people coming in now. If not crazy people, I mean people who were just like degenerate, where it's like you don't play games, dude. And if you do, I'd prefer to believe you didn't, because it's just like, bro, what's wrong with you? Like, I don't want to be here anymore. You know what I mean? It's like that's basically what it comes down to. It's just like, I don't want to be here anymore, man. Like, it used to be a little fun, and everybody was kind of like, let's push and pull, a little back and forth. And then you get like a whole new group of people that come in that are like, I mean, they're just like, we're gonna fucking belittle you. We're gonna make it personal. We're gonna fucking go crazy. We're gonna fight like it's to the death on the internet. And I'm like, okay, well, this is over. Like this blows. Um, really, you think it's just me? I'm just suddenly realizing it's always been this way. I mean, perhaps, yeah, you could be right. Maybe I just didn't. I wasn't privy to it. I didn't notice it as much. Um, you could be right about that. But but that's the irony though, is that even if I am just becoming aware of it now, it's like, well, here you go. MBG used to get red in the face. I still remember the Redfall stream. No, you're right. You're right. And I'm not going to hide from those things because they're there. They're just there. I fucking, listen, the biggest L I think I could possibly take is that I would always, and well, it's not a secret. You could just literally go back like 2 years on my channel, probably less than that. Anytime there's like bad news for Xbox, I would cover the good news too, just less frequently because there was less frequently good news. But I would cover the bad news, and I always framed it in Xbox has to get better. And I always meant that. Like I never was disingenuous or lied about that. Like, except, I mean, fuck, dude. Like I said, I came from playing on Xbox. I literally wanted them to get better. The problem was, the mistake I made was at some point along the way, the thing that I was asking them to do and yelling at them for, in order to get better, Microsoft, you got to follow Sony's lead. You got to do what Sony's doing. You got to make the games that they're making and make better single player games and rally the fan base and all this shit. When, as I was framing all that under like, you got it, that's what you got to do, it became abundantly, and this is the important part, I mean, crystal clear. It became crystal fucking clear that, dude, they're not doing that. Like, that doesn't exist in this space. And you are still out here screaming for them to do it. Like, give it up, bro. And I should have given it up a long time ago. That's the biggest mistake I made. And it really did take Microsoft flat out coming out and being like, we're fucking giving you the games we make on PlayStation now. So there you go. And that's what it took. That's what it took to make me realize, like, oh. Meanwhile, it's like, bro, you're saying there's something wrong with my face? I think it's the lighting, dude. I got like, there's this weird, it's like this crazy shadow effect. I'll have to open up. Yeah, I think it's just because it's darker. I don't have the curtain open. If I open the curtain, it'd probably change. I'll stream on Sunday with the curtain open and we'll see what it changes. But I'm just saying that, Oh, I'm holding water, maybe. Well, I am taking creatine. I look gaunt. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, I look like I'm made of leather or metal. Thanks, bro. I'm just gonna open up the curtain now. Then, yeah, I'll just keep the look. I got that leather look. But yeah, man, I'm just saying. I think the biggest mistake I made was I latched on for too long, thinking that like anything's going to change. And it's like at some point, it's just like, dude, you're in a cycle of just like just you know what I mean? Like Microsoft's not going to do what you want them to do, but you're still talking about it. And that's why I would always say, like, oh, I'm done talking about it. I'm not talking about it anymore. And I don't know, man. And I think that the truth is, like, the honest to God truth is because I think deep down, there's always been that part of me that really held out, like, until the day came where they said, we're putting our games on PlayStation. I always held out some level of hope that, like, I know Microsoft's going to come out here and they're going to fuck it. Because do people not remember my reaction to the Game Awards 2019? If you want to know how I was feeling about Xbox going into this gen, go watch I don't know if that reaction's still up because it got copyrighted to oblivion, but basically that reaction was when Phil Spencer went on stage, announced the Xbox Series X, said 12 teraflops, going to be a monster, and showed the first Hellblade 2 trailer. And I was like, holy shit, bro. I mean, I was like, I remember fucking talking extensively after that stream. Like, I think Microsoft is not fucking around. Yo, Sony's got competition. I was excited. Like, dude, that was months before the PS5 was revealed. And I remember Microsoft was aggressive as shit. And it's a shame that like people, and I know I'm like getting too much into the clipping and shit, but it's a shame that like people were there to witness that and see that and like, holy shit, yeah, like there's MBG getting excited about Xbox again. And no one really brings that up. Like I'm the only one that brings it up because I'm the only one that's apparently willing. Not well, I mean some of you guys are too, but it's like these people, you know, they will not point that out because if they point that out, it reveals that actually there have been quite a few times you've been pretty fair to Xbox. Certainly more times you've been over the top. Not going to pretend that, but it's just, I'm not saying the bad doesn't outweigh the good in terms of I've definitely focused more on like, goddamn, dude, like what are they going here? All right. Um, so look, looking better now. Maybe turn that light off. Probably cast in the shadow. Oh wait, that actually made it worse. Okay.
No, it didn't.
No.
The real life lighting looks better.
All right, go for it.
This is like giving a weird shadow with your hat.
Okay. Now you can see too much. Oh. No, I was just reading the chat. Um. Well, yeah, Gaming Survivor. I mean, dude, look, the reality is, if I were to, um, if I were to like say that, oh yeah, like the console war is over. There's a lot of like the people who are latched on the hardest to the console war are the people truly where it's like they can only survive on that alone. I mean, look, I could be wrong, but I think it's been kind of proven that we don't need that to survive here. or to do okay. I could be wrong, but it's like we've had like many, 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 many streams and maybe not video content's just news based, where it's like, dude, we're not like there's no console warring at all. Like it is game focused, or it is just general news focused, or just, generally speaking about PlayStation stuff. I think that the console war stuff is not going to die overnight because it's the undoing of like a 20, possibly 30-year buildup of like, this is what it is, and it's just going to, the change is just going to be like that. But the people taking to it and adjusting to it, that just like with Xbox, like, dude, don't forget last year, it's been literally a year and a half, and that's a long time, but in the bigger picture, that's not a long time. Last year, people were losing their fucking minds at the idea of Gears of War coming to PlayStation. It's coming to PlayStation in like 2 weeks, and it's just like, yeah, man. You get what I'm saying? Like it won't take that much time. It will take some time, but that's why I'm just telling people, like, yeah, the Sony's going to rip the Band-Aid, bro. They're going to rip it off. And, there's a lot of people right now being like, yeah, I can't wait. And yeah, I get it. Cause it's like, you're going to see the reactions. You're going to see the meltdowns. You're going to see the hoopla. And then after that, it's just what's left. To be honest, if it's not clear by now, I want Sony to do it because it would be good for the console wars at this stage to end. It would be good because there's nothing left. There's nothing, unless Microsoft somehow has bamboozled us all and comes out next year and is like, actually, we do got a fucking killer console that's going to take on PlayStation, brother. Fucking just going crazy WWE out here on Sony's ass. Unless that happens, there's nothing else to be extracted from this because, yeah, the Switch 2 is not competing against the PlayStation or the Xbox. The Switch 2 is in its own lane, finding its own W's. So it's like, if that would be pretty funny. Microsoft, they tricked Sony, they tricked everybody. We're bringing back exclusives. We never said next gen games won't be exclusive. That would be great. But and that's the thing too. It's interesting you bring it up, Garrett. Sony themselves have said that they do not view PC as competition. Apparently, the only thing that Sony has ever viewed as competition is Xbox, because Xbox was literally created to go after Sony. And that kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. Sony wanted to prove something to Nintendo where we don't need you to make it, and they did prove that. Sony never seemed to have an issue with PC, but they just were never really concerned with PC. And it would make sense that the one brand that's like, this brand is created to take PlayStation down, is the brand that Sony would be concerned with. And that's over. Raven X0 with a $5 chat says, I invested too much on the ecosystem. Of course, all the digital and physical games that I bought on PS4 and PS5 that will transfer to the PS6, ease of use. And that's another thing, too, that we haven't even talked about it. But for those wondering why Sony is so comfortable going in this direction, it is because of the adoption of digital gaming and the uptake, where we just read that apparently 83% of full game sales were digital, which sucks. I'm not going to lie. Like, man, I wish that number wasn't going up so quickly. But they know that, like, you're really going to just walk away from your library of games, this whole digital library, you're going to walk away from it. It's true. Like, so, if Sony brings their storefront to PC or whatever, or their platform to PC in the future, somebody might say, well, yeah, Steam's going to obliterate that. But it's like, well, Sony will still, they will still allow people to build their digital library, to continue to build their digital library outside of the PlayStation console. And I think that's the point. How successful they'll be in that endeavor, I have no idea. But that is the point. Microsoft is making $22 billion and now all games going everywhere. Hard to tell if that will raise their income or stifle it. Well, keep in mind, I know it's a revenue war, but at the end of the day, I think the profit margins are probably more important. They want to lead in revenue. Sony wants to lead in revenue. Sony is leading in revenue. Microsoft wants to lead in revenue. They're climbing. But the major focus for both Sony and Microsoft is we want much higher profit margins. So in other words, I think they would be willing to settle for less revenue if they were getting way more profit, because that profit is really what's going to, I think, ultimately appeal to the investors and cause, bring in more investor growth. But again, the most important thing to understand about Sony's position right now is they want it all. It's risky, they're getting greedy, but they want it all. They want to succeed in all areas. They want to grow in all areas. And they're using this opportunity where they have minimal competition around them, and they don't view PC as competition. They don't view Nintendo as competition. They're using this as a way to start accelerating. Like, let's start expanding horizontally and see how high we can raise each bar, Rolling in here trying to claim MVG's a fanboy. Meanwhile, a reasonable conversation about gaming is taking place. Dude, if anything, I've probably crushed the spirits of PlayStation fanboys in this stream. Like I think it would be safe to say that. Like, I think that there are probably, like, listen, man, one of the things that I fucking despise on the internet in 2025, and I think this is like the worst thing about the internet in 2025. I'm sorry, Garrett. I'm sorry. The worst thing is that it's not that people want to hear what they want to hear. That's not the worst thing. People have always wanted to hear what they want to hear. Tell me what I want to hear. Tell me those sweet lies. It's the fact that so many fucking people are willing to just do that because it works. Because they know that if I do that, yeah. And that's how the echo, that's really, like, people have called us an echo chamber, and I'm like, dude, I'm over here saying that Sony should do what Microsoft's doing at this point. And, like, I guess that could be an echo chamber, but when I see so many people seemingly in disagreement, I'm not sure how that could be called an echo chamber. But people are going to have their opinions, and who gives a shit? I just hate the fact that people are so willing to fucking lie, and just tell people what they want to hear because they know that they have to. They know that they have to. Like, dude, I saw a fucking title. Guys, oh my God. Let me rant about this for just a moment. I saw a fucking video, I think it was a stream title. It was a video or a stream. And the title was, I shit you not, word for word, Xbox is the market leader. And it's like, what the, like, none of this fucking matters anymore, dude. Like, you can just say what you want. I could just say PlayStation murders Xbox. I could just make that the title of every stream going forward and every video, and it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. It should matter, but it wouldn't. And I know that. And it's just, it's nonsense, dude. It's fucking nonsense where it's like, we can just say things. We can just make things up. And you know what? That title, I saw the channel where it was coming from, and I'm like, well, duh. The person who's writing that title knows it's bullshit. The person who's writing it knows it's not a fact, knows that it's a totally made up sentence. But what they also know is that their audience is going to, tell me Xbox is the market leader. Tell me it's the market leader. It's like, yep. Sure, bro. Sony's not getting rid of any exclusives, boys. You can't stop Sony's exclusives. You understand me? You understand what I'm saying? Sony could release a game on Xbox, don't matter, still exclusive. Still exclusive. Still exclusive. Sony could launch a game on the Switch. They could launch Horizon 3 on the Switch too. Don't matter. That's a PS6 exclusive, baby. You kidding me? You kidding me? Get out of here. Get out of here with that shit. Don't come telling me about Sony's exclusives. You don't know nothing about Sony's exclusives. I might just have to make a character, bro. I think that's just gonna have to happen. Mighty Keith vibes. You're right. You're right. I was wondering, like, who? Oh, I feel like this is inspired by something. Hmm. You tried to have an opinion, and look at what happened. You got unmodded and banned. MBG getting gangsta. Dude, in the next members lounge, I definitely have to react to some of those Mighty Keith videos. They've been on the back burner. I know he made one about PlayStation. I think he made one about Xbox. I'm not sure. Boss, come take your throne, bro. Here you go. The chair just for boss. Boss's chair. It's just crazy. Like, you know, I like Tarnish, you want to be a mod? We'll see. We're good on modding for now, but we'll see. Maybe down the line. It's funny to me because like when I go on Twitter specifically, and one of the things that I've seen in the last 24 hours is people just say what they want to say. Like it's like, yeah, Sony's third party now. They're just full third party. They're not even saying like I think they're gonna go third party. They're not even saying I want them to go third party. They're not even saying I'm scared to go. They're just flat out like Sony just announced. Did you hear the announcement, guys? Sony just announced their full third party. And it's like, did I miss something? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, my bad. I was muted. Anyway. What the hell was I talking about? Unhinged rant time. I didn't get to the Bungie thing today. Maybe we'll save that for Sunday. It's my bad. Where is it though? Boss, come on, man. Stop. Stop it. You already got you got plenty of treats, man. Keeps getting close to that kill switch. All right, hold on. So another top comment. This is like one of the top voted comments under the PlayStation quote. So I don't need to get a PS6. Well, it was good while it lasted. Like, what made you, hold on, why did you have to get a PS5? People don't need to get a PS5 right now. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man. I think sometimes these people are the ones keeping the console wars going. I did read the whole quote, Dan. I did. We did at the beginning of the stream. They didn't want one to begin with. Yeah, shouldn't they be happy? If exclusives are the gun that's held to your head to force you to buy a console, shouldn't you be happy at the gun being removed and now you can go where you want? You know? You do you, boo-boo. Well, MBG, they don't need to get a PS6. It's an opinion that needs to be voiced. I know some of them are pretentious and performative. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I will. It will be interesting when the PS6 is revealed to figure out, like, okay, what exactly is the appeal here? I am banking, as I said earlier, I'm banking on the appeal of the PS6 being a barrage of games that are going to look really good, really, really good looking and performative hardware at hopefully a fair price, and a family of devices like a handheld that's going to automatically make people go, holy shit, you know? Even though we know about this handheld, it's one of these things where it's like, There's a difference between hearing about it and actually seeing it, right? This is a historical moment. Welcome to the green team. I switched to Xbox, bro. It finally happened. I refused for so long to switch to Xbox that Xbox was like, well, fuck you, MBG. We're turning your PS5 into an Xbox. What then? What are you going to say then? I guess I can't say nothing. My PS5 is an Xbox. Yeah, I don't think they released that as a trailer for some reason. Anyway, guys, we're going to be wrapping this up in just a couple minutes because I realize I'm at the 4-hour mark now. I need to close some of these tabs, though. Yeah, so I'm pretty much at the 4-hour mark. We'll do like a last call if you want to drop any more memberships or any gifts, super chats, anything like that. Now would be the time to do it before we wrap it up. No, Garrett, there's not going to be a members lounge today. We will be coming back Sunday. I will have some new members content coming next week, so stay tuned for that. We're probably going to do some more. At some point, I would like to do more members gameplay. I'm thinking about doing more Death Stranding 2. I had a good time with that. But we'll see. I'm going to be doing more gameplay in general. We'll have a couple more members lounges coming up, but remind me when we do the next members lounge next week. Remind me to react to some of those Mighty Keith videos. You're saying they did drop the trailer. Oh, let me go check. I've been waiting for them to upload it to the YouTube channel. No, still not there yet. Not that I see anyway. Hold on. No, not yet. I'll have to check it out though. All right. I don't know. I feel like we didn't really get to talk about Bungie, which is unfortunate. I may have to push that off till Sunday. But I mean, surely they're gonna have to do that. Are we getting a Discord server yet? Not yet. I'll tell you right now, that Discord thing, if that's ever a thing, that's gonna be probably sometime next year. I really got to reach a certain. I gotta be in a mental state. I gotta be in the right mindset for a Discord server, bro. But that probably would be a good way to grow a little bit. I'm telling you, MBG, Tim Sweeney will go after the PlayStation and Xbox storefronts. They might. MBG, look at my picture or else. Hold on, Garrett. You talking about in the community tab? Let me check. Oh shit. I met Hobo Boss today. Yeah, was that your cat, Garrett? That's awesome. I would bring it up. Unfortunately, Garrett, it doesn't let me bring it up on screen. I know you guys are showing off your cats. It doesn't give me access for some reason. They don't have it built into the desktop. It's only on mobile, but like that's funny, dude. Hobo Boss. That's awesome. Well, yeah, keep sharing your pictures of your cats, guys. It's really cool. All right, guys, that's going to wrap up today's stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. Before I head out, I want to thank everybody for dropping support. We hit 32 members. Thank you so much for that. And for anybody who dropped any super chats or direct donations, really appreciate that. They go a long way. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. So the only other thing I'm going to ask you to do as you're heading out is please hit the like button. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comments, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. And that's it, guys. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Get some gaming in. Tomorrow will be an off day, and then we'll be back here Sunday with another stream, and we'll have a whole nother week of content coming. So we'll see what next week brings. I'm sure it'll be interesting, hopefully. And that's it. So, guys, thank you for tuning in. I will catch you in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.